I think we're live. Okay. Hello. It's late at night, so probably not gonna get that many peoples, but let me ping the Discord just in case. Stream notifications. Embed! All the exclamation marks. Okay, so it's been a while since I've streamed Embed. I've been waiting for this. Hello Elena, hello Danny, hello Sylvain. Hi, so I've been sick, basically all week. I had like a migraine that wouldn't go away. Basically the only time I didn't have a migraine was when I did my 2 hag streams this week. The rest of the time I was completely bedridden. Maybe I shouldn't have pushed myself, and maybe I would have recovered earlier if I hadn't. But hag's really fucking good, which is also part of why I hadn't played Embed in a bit. But the other thing that sort of like held me back, I guess, from continuing the playthrough is I wanted to, like, okay, I never know how to fucking talk about this shit. So I was, like, toxic during the first 2 Embed streams. This is the weird, like, reality of accountability as any sort of, like, semi-public figure, right? It's become a meme. Because of the whole, like, ukuleles and, like, Logan Paul, I've made a terrible judgment error. So anytime you actually did something that you feel like you need to, like, address, it's a meme, especially when it's something that's, like, serious but not, like... Oftentimes, people will whip the ukulele out if they're accused of, like, sexual assault or whatever, right? If it's something that's not on that level, but still feels like I want to address it, I never know how to do it. With the Lunasaw thing, that became a big controversy because I, like, tried to address it in a video, and people are like, you're making this into a ukulele apology video, and I'm like, I don't know, I fucked up. It's important to me that when I fuck up, when I do something bad, that I, like, address it. And I feel like when talking about some of the unit choices for Embed, I had, like, a weird amount of toxicity towards someone I've never interacted with. Just for basically not agreeing over what units should be considered bad or not bad in a stupid Fire Emblem silly hack, right? I think it was Marita, Micaiah, and I think were the 2 big ones. Marita, Micaiah, and like Marcus, or I guess Jagan, not Marcus. And the idea of like, these are units that I don't think are bad and that I have like better picks for them, and so I got very, like, I made a lot of presumptions, like, oh, this is so fucking 2002. I feel like I was really shitty and toxic. I keep saying toxic, but it's really the only word for it, and I feel like I encouraged that in my audience, so it became a cyclical thing where, like, I'm doing this, like, oh, you know, the dancer's probably Olivia because knowing that this creator picked one unit that I disagree with, they must be a fucking idiot! And then me doing that then encouraged other people to suggest, like, other stupid ideas, and then I would be like, oh, yeah, that stupid idea you put out, that's definitely in the game because they're a fucking idiot! And it's not reflective of how I want to carry myself, but it is how I behaved in those last 2 streams. I think it's really shitty. I wouldn't even necessarily call it, like, elitist, because I think the whole elitist versus casual thing is a smokescreen for just toxicity. Toxicity on be toxic. No, that's my point is that, like, I feel like the way that I talked about creative choices in like Who's Bad and whatnot, whether I agreed or disagreed with them, was shitty and toxic, and I want to own to that, and also I want to encourage y'all to call me out if I am also if that happens again, I guess would be the thing to say. Square up nerd. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to make like a big deal out of it. It's not, again, like, that's the thing is I never know how to, it's so weird. I hate thinking of myself as a creator, but I do have like 12K subscribers, so that's like a decent number of people, right? And then you get sort of in your head, you get the ego even with that small number, and there's also the parasocial aspect of things, and just any space that is centered around a single individual is all going to have some sort of like cult of personality thing. And part of YouTube is also, we're selling a product that's essentially ourselves, right? Like, I want you to think I'm cool, or cringe, or any number of, I want you to think that I'm at least entertaining, right? And so, while I'm turned on, that's the worst phrasing I could have used. Oh yeah, it's not sexual. While I'm like streaming, while I'm recording, while I'm doing that sort of thing, there has to be some amount of like, you know, presentation played up, that sort of stuff, turned on, exactly. What are these faces? Wait, who are these people? Who is that on the right? Is that a Fire Emblem character? Is that even a Fire Emblem character? Who is that? That's a Fates Berserker. Oh, shit. Wait, is that gonna be Dua? We had Unil from Shadow Dragon. Are we gonna get Dua? Wait, it's gonna be Dua from Fates. Yo. Okay. That's pretty epic. That's pretty epic. It's been a while, so I want to, you know, do a quick team check-in. Here's all the folks we got. I don't know growth rates, because this is like vanilla FE6, so there's not like the QLR patches and stuff added. But I have to assume that their growth rates are the vanilla growth rates from their games. Also, I'm pretty sure Fiona's the one who recruits the fear replacement, right? I think Fiona's the one who recruits the fear replacement. But that's our team right now. And the vote said we go Echidna route, which I believe is this village, right? The description of the names, I'll show them off, yeah. First thief to ever figure out how to open villages. They're very funny. So this is the power of pursuit. Cosplaying as her son? Daughter's boyfriend? No good answer. He's an important character. He does something in Epilogue, I think. Somehow, not a wyvern. Three Houses reference. Uncanonized by Thracia, she had to go somewhere else. That's why she ended up at Embad. What? You wanted a different Fates Royal? Lewin Lester. Someone thought Lana would inherit Forsetti. Fiona. Or Finoa. Oh, so wait, it's Noah who recruits, right? So this is Noah. This is Noah, so she's Finoa, and Noah recruits Fear, so she'll recruit the Fear replacement, who we think is Marita right now. Warning, deflated growths est. And then he lost his lasagna. I will admit I don't understand this joke. It's like a non sequitur to you. What do you mean the 11 isn't speed? It's 14. Sick unit. I think that's got layers to that joke. And first thief to figure out how to open villages. So, does everyone have like a good inventory? Lynn, why do you have a lockpick? Lynn, why do you have a lock? Oh, right. I know why Lynn has a lockpick. Because we're selling it. Because there's no selling in preps. So I put it on her to sell it. We're gonna sell some shit this map. Lynn is learning how to lockpick villages. A few bad, but based on Engage would be funny. So this, I believe, came out when Three Houses was the newest game. And as such, I do not think that any Engage units will be included. There haven't been any updates or anything. Although, like, the worst Engage units wouldn't even really, like, cleanly map on. I guess Anna could be someone. Boss, the Lycians are here. Are you sure? Oh, yeah. Good. They're probably flattering about this thick fog. Sneak up from when you can see him. Sure thing, boss. Wait. Oh, also, hi, Mist. It isn't your responsibility, Cecilia. So wait, if Dua's not recruitable then? Which Engage units would you expect here? If I had to pick, I mean, my bottom tiers from Engage are like Bunei, Anna, Tamara. And like, Tamara doesn't really map cleanly onto anyone. She could be like a soldier, but there's no playable soldiers in this game, right? Bunei could potentially have been like a Zealot or Percival situation, maybe? I like the idea of a Jagan being the Jagan. So, you know, FE3 Book 1 Jagan being the Jagan. I think is, you know, arguably one of the worst Jagans. And then that just moves Aaron and Percival as like pre-promotes. Who like, obviously Bunei is a great knight, but you know, it's the same difference. Lapis, I mean like, maybe at the beginning of Engage Discourse, I was a Lapis hater. Right now, I think she's just a whatever unit. She's just in the same... I do have to get silly real quick, because I wanted to be, serious for the apology, so I didn't pre-silly. Oh, yeah, okay. Etier, oh, are we gonna do Archer Wars? No Archer Wars, please. No Archer Wars. Okay, we will... Arden currently, he needs to equip the Javelin. And then what we'll do is we will rescue Arden. You forgot about Arden! And send Kane the Quiet Revolutionary here. Do y'all have hand axes or just... Yeah, you have a hand axe. Okay, so... Can you just, like... Okay. We'll have Lou and Lester do this. I want to do a run where I make Etier a general ASAP and pretend she's Effie. That's funny. That's funny right there. I guess you... Iron Sword here. Male Alir? Wait, do people actually think Alir's a bad unit? Sorry about that. Do people actually think Alir is a bad unit? Like, genuinely? No, but male avatar bad. I mean, like... It's not even, like... Because in some other cases, you have, like, a huge opportunity cost, right? Like, you lose out on female Robin, you don't get Gale Force. Male Alir is, like, he is worse. But it's for, like, the dumbest reasons ever, right? It's like, oh, male Alir is worse because... you have to deal with Goldberry and Rosato's personal skills. How's male Alir anything but marginally worse? Yeah, it's like... It's the sort of things where you can point to it and be like, okay, this is genuinely a downside. You don't get to set up Louis' personal. You have to deal with enemy Fogato and Goldmary's personals. But like, that's small potatoes. It's like very small potatoes. You have C rank. You have C rank. Okay, let's torch you up. I'm down for small potatoes. The joke is that men are bad. I don't like that joke. I feel like that's, Hello, Scott. Oh, Fear. Sorry to call you in. What's going on out there? The pirate is under attack by pirates. They're very skilled. I can't believe it. Can you go out in my place? I will purge them of bad people. I have someone you can work with. He's named Sin. Who's Sin gonna be? Who's Sin gonna be? That's not Sin. Are you Sin? Are you Sin? Wait. Yes. I've heard everything from Scott. Let's go. You're not Sin. You're LaRachel. What? I'm paid to fight. I mean, she has to get that money for Renak somehow, right? She has to get that Renak money somehow. Is she a nomad now? La Rochelle is sinful. Sinful La Rochelle. I just got out of a medical appointment. Is everything okay? La Rochelle has rendered us sinless. Lady La Rochelle. She's just a troubadour. I mean, I know that's how she is in vanilla. I'm waiting to see what happens here. If you've already played, I want to do blind Danny reactions. So if you've already played, please don't tell me stuff. Alright, let's move Mars. But Mars! Leonardo. Can Fiona kill this? Probably not, right? Well, definitely not without a sword. Let's have Lou and Lester pew pew. I haven't played yet, but I looked at the complete character list. I still don't want to know. This is, I think, part of the fun of this stream. It's not so much like spoilers, but I think part of the fun of the stream is, you know, live Danny reaction moments, right? Yo, the 2%! The 2%. Yeah, it's actually not bad. That's actually not a bad level up. I was preparing for the Fiona Classic, but that's actually not a terrible level up. I'll be 100%. Why haven't we been using Arden and Meg for the triangle attack? I mean, I am using Arden, but not Barth and Meg. Kane the Quiet Revolutionary and Leonardo have a support with each other. Look at that. Where's Caspar? He's a warrior. He's who we gave the first crest to, actually. We're training up his bow rank now. Alright, we will... I need to purchase fire tomes. Because I think our only fire tome broke. Bow Knight Nyx as Sin would have been funny. That actually... Well, but was Outlaw Nyx, like, popular back then? I know Coding Ant has been, like, a big part of its surge in popularity. So part of me wonders, like, would that have even been on anyone's mind, right? Because, like... Oh, Arden. Like, it is something we think of now, right? But I feel like Bo Knight Nyx, it's not something that was fairly common to think about until very recently. Nyx is a massive meme unit until, like, this year. I mean, I still think she's a low tier. I'll be 100% on that. I still think she's a low tier. I think that what it is that Fates, in particular Conquest, what it means to be a low tier is very different from a game like FE6, right? If this came out in 2017, Odin would be in it. I mean, I'm just saying, as a Rev player, right? As someone who is, very Fire Emblem Fates Revelation pilled, there's still a world where Odin is in it. Odin is one of the worst units in Rev. I think he's my pick for bottom one, at least amongst first generation units. It's a tight... It's like him or Niles. I would say or Azama, but I think Azama is pretty distinctly better. So yeah, it's either Odin or Niles. Specifically Rev Odin. Which is funny, because in the context of this game, right? In the context of Embad, Rev Odin would just be better. Because he has higher stats, because he joins at a higher level. So, ironically, because I was thinking about, like, Ray has to be a Dark Mage, right? I think the obvious pick is Peleus. But Odin is another, like, potential one if you want to fill more Fates units, right? Because the number of bad Fates units that map cleanly onto a Fire Emblem 6 class is actually pretty limited. Nyx could be Sophia, though. Nyx could be Sophia. Just like the standard Nyx could be Sophia. But yeah, Gunter could have been Aaron and might still be Percival. But I feel like Gunter as Marcus would probably make the most sense. So I'm not convinced Gunter would be an option. But Rev Odin, there's some Birthright characters that are pretty bad. Setsuna, Birthright Setsuna. But we already have our two archers, right? So I don't think they would make her a sniper, right? Maybe Takumi, Birthright Takumi. I do think he's a little bit overhated now, like the overcorrection thing happened, where a unit, there's this thing that happens in Fire Emblem, like unit thoughts around people who are like middling are pretty cyclical. A unit will be like insanely overgassed, and then someone will point out like, this unit's not actually as bad as everyone says, and then they'll get insanely overhated, and then someone will point out, this unit's not actually as bad as people say. And then it'll, like, there'll be overcorrection in both directions. You'll never guess what bad Manakith they chose for Faye. Broderman, please stop telling me who is in the cast. Like I said, I want live Danny reactions. I see you in there listing off people. I understand that other people have access to this. I think the appeal of the stream is seeing how I react to the reveals. So please stop just saying who everyone is. It's I think it makes for a less enjoyable experience for everyone. Leonardo Gaming! Look at him go. Look at him go. Look at him go. It's not that hard to... I know the document is literally in the thing I listed. I know it's not that hard to find. What I'm saying, what I've said multiple times, is I think that a large amount of the appeal to this stream, and this playthrough, honestly, is, wow, I am surprised by XYZ character, right? I'm here, who's dead so far? We killed off Jagan on purpose, and we killed off Alva on purpose. So they're dead. And then Unil died by accident, and Cord died by accident. So they're dead. Holy macaroni, we can actually get a kill with Lynn. This is fucking incredible. I look forward to Leonardo getting his crossbow. Do you think that like the Lunasan stuff will be in here? Because like we got Marth's rapier. This is a PRF. So it's not off the table for like the Lunasan stuff. Let's move Jean up here. Torch. I'm worried about Fear in the Fog. Faye might be a Dragon Lagoose. So there's like Bantu is an option. Enna is an option. Kurth Naga, honestly, sleeper pick, but is an option. Heal you up, Buttercup. Jesse's pretty bad. I think Jesse, because Jesse's a mercenary, right? So Jesse probably, if Jesse was in the game, I would have pegged him as like a Ogier replacement, right? Okay, so if you're in Fog Vision, right? It'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1. So this square is definitely safe for Fiona. Because if the Fear replacement has a Wu Dao, I want to be careful not to get crit. There's the Fear replacement. Okay, we can recruit her. Nice dodge, Caspar. Tung Sahur. What does that mean? There's no more mercs. Technically, Echidna could be considered to promote for mercenary. Because she's a hero. But I think traditionally most people think of her as promoting from fighter. And not only that, but I think that she'll probably be replaced with a pre-promote, right? Pre-promoted hero. So someone like Astrum. Alright, moment of truth. Is this Merida? Are we gonna morb? I'm gonna morb. Follow-up critical coefficient joke. So there's this narrative around Merida. I thought that it had died off, but it is, I guess, like, somewhat common still, where it's the combination of, like, growth unit bad, and I feel like a lot of people think that Thracia is a game where combat stops mattering after the Manster arc. It's a thing I hear a lot, and I think it's because, like Mecha or someone offhandedly said it one time. Fear, it's you! Sir Noah, what are you doing here? I joined the army back in Ostia. What are you doing? Sheathe your sword. Sir Noah, you aren't the noble man I thought you were. You're a woman! But there's this idea that I don't know if this is the logic or if it's just like, I like Merida, so I'm gonna put her in and you can't stop me. It could just be that. But there's an idea that, like, you don't really need combat after Manster, so units like, who's the Myrmidon who joins you that Safi recruits? What's his name? Shiva. Like, Shiva, units like Shiva, units like Merida, right? are actually not good because they're combat units in a non-combat world. And while there are definitely quite a few non-combat chapters after Thracia, or not after Thracia, after Mancer, right? I think that there's far fewer than sort of the common thought process. Or not far fewer. More that there are still a decent number of combat chapters, right? I'm thinking like Tara Defense. I'm thinking like Dagdar's Manor. I'm thinking like the infamous map where you get the General Xavier. And then also 20, where you're defending Leonster. Like, there's a decent number of maps where just having an indoor combat unit is the best place to be. And even in the non-combat maps, there are jobs for combat units. Which is why I like Merida and, to a lesser extent, Shiva. Because Shiva's more... Hello, La Rochelle. Why are you here? 8, 9, foul creatures beware, you are going to Sakei. That's a good speed stat. 8, 9. Are you just, like, better than Jean? Oh, I can't see her rank yet, because she's still a red unit. At least we don't have to worry about Shin killing us, but this is definitely a downgrade from one of the best units in the game. Sad face. But yeah, that's my Thracia combat talk. Welcome back to Thracia Combat with Danny Doyle. She has at least D rank, yeah, because the mend. I'm making Din Din. What you making? Shiva. The only really non-combat chapters in FE5. There's only non-combat chapters because those maps deserve to be warp skipped. I mean, I would say that there's maps that you, like... You can't warp skip Tara Defense. You can do, like, unequip and be, like, the boring unequipped choke point, I guess. But, like, you can't warp skip Tara Defense. You can't warp skip, the escape maps on B route. You can't warp skip the A route combat maps. Like, there's a lot of maps you just can't warp skip effectively. You can't warp skip defending Leonster. You can, like, cheese your way out of having to deal with the... You can cheese your way out of having to deal with the, more combat-intensive maps in some cases. But, like, in that case, do we just discount literally everyone who's not Asbel or a unit who can use warp, right? You might think so, like, but I think that's kind of a boring way to do, unit viability rankings and stuff, right? Arden is the mini Jagan of this hack. A true Oswin archetype. I think we're gonna train Merida also because Merida has fucking busted growths. So, like, if you thought this would be a short stream, I'm sorry, strap in. Because we're here for the training arc. Thracia is like a Fire Emblem Rorschach test. What do you mean by that, Silver Sunset? Elaborate, I'm curious. And I don't mean that as like a, you're wrong. I don't know what that would mean. How the fuck has Lewin Lester been leveling strength so goddamn good? He's like... goated or something. He's like absolutely goated. Does anyone need healing? No one requires healing. Yay, training. It's training arc time. No! La Rochelle! Evil. Fucked up and evil. Fucked up and evil, La Rochelle. No, it's good. This means you can grind on the same unit again. I guess technically true. We will be choking this point. Let me... FE6 chapter 9. Let me pull up the reinforcement data. And we might have to fucking frog jam or crab rave jam. Who has been the most baffling inclusion in this hack? The most baffling inclusion... Well, I guess it would probably be La Rochelle over Shin, because it's not even the same class, so that's kind of silly to me. The one that I disagree with the most of the playable units we have so far is Merida. Or maybe Rev Sakura, because I've been told this is specifically Rev Sakura. Probably one of those two are the ones that I disagree with the most. Although Micaiah showing up as a Gwendolyn is... I don't know if the intention as Micaiah is bad, but I think Micaiah is quite good. But I also wouldn't call the Merida Micaiah stuff baffling, simply because I know that there are narratives around those units that are the reasons why they are considered to be bad, right? Even if I personally disagree with them. So La Rochelle, who I do think is actually very bad, I think would be the most quote-unquote baffling, simply because, why is she replacing Shin? When there are other bad Bow Knights, right? There's, Robert from Thracia. There's Astrid from Radiant Dawn. The Wolfguard from FE12. Wolfguard from FE12 are pretty bad. They're underrated, but they are still... They're in that intersection of, like, you can be underrated and bad thing. I'm making fish and potatoes. Specifically, fillet of the soul. Ooh, yummy. Yummy, yummy in your tummy. Yo, Caspar Gaming! Leave my Pookie Bears, the Wolfguard, out of this. I will do no such thing. I guess we just choke this point for one more turn. Let's send Leonardo down here. Oh, can Kane the Quiet Revolutionary? We can support. Yeah, I think Kane supporting Leonardo would be good. Four, 498, 499, 500. Sir Alan? Wait, is this a vanilla support? What the fuck is this? Oh, he's just doing practice swings. I thought he was counting for fucking hide and seek or something. Shouldn't you be saving your energy? Yeah, Alan, what's wrong with you? Silence, an enemy. Let's go. Don't lag behind. Yes, sir. Damn, is Alan a fucking movement-pilled elitist? I mean, me too, but... It's funny because, like... This is kind of semi-related to the whole oversimplification point that I keep hovering around. I might make a video on it at some point, or just collect these clips and make an Ice Rider video. But like, I say I'm movement pilled, and I would consider myself to be that, but I also, I think that some Fire Emblem fans or like communities or whatever can be too like oversimplifying when it comes to low or especially high move characters. I think this was most prevalent with the La Rochelle tier list, community tier list polls, where I got a lot of comments that were like, she has mounted movement and stabs, bare minimum, that's a C rank unit. I'm of the opinion that if someone had 0 stats, but they were a troubadour, they would be B rank, like those sorts of things, right? And I'm just thinking, like, it feels really reductive. It feels like troubadour is a good class, even in FE8, which does cut its movement. But La Rochelle has D rank stabs. Like, this was Erica route, right? If you want a 6 move staffer, you have one next map in Saleh. Look at Caspar just fucking deleting all these people. Kane the Quiet Revolutionary is in Blinding Bad. Yeah, he's one of our goats. Him and Arden, tough and strong. Arden, Leonardo, and Kane the Quiet Revolutionary have been our goats, I believe. Although, we are gonna start the Merida training arc soon. Fucking Lewin Lester has also been baller. Okay. I guess we move you here. We recruit La Rochelle. Sue! What are you doing here? I'm looking for you. The chieftain told me to. We lost. So you get the... Let's take a look at you. Yeah, it's only D rank stabs. That sure is La Rochelle. She has, like, good growths, right? What's La Rochelle's growths, actually? I'm gonna... Oifi bot. FE8, La Rochelle. 50% magic, 45% speed. That's not terrible, actually. Assuming she goes off of... She's also... Oh, she has hard mode bonuses. Cecilia 2.0, I guess. Yeah, I'm sorry, Sakura. Your magic lead is just not... is simply not enough when compared to, 2 horse healers. Thank you very much. So I guess we will rescue you out. Go here. And you grab the torch staff and get to training. Rip Sakura. Indeed, rip Sakura. Fiona, take, drop you. Caspar, go up here. Marth, go down here. Okay, the coast is like pretty clear for Leonardo. Let's send our like paladin squad down this way too. Danny, do you think that knives or daggers should be the sword equivalent to hand axes and javelins? I do not. I actually like that swords do not get access to 1-2 range. I think it makes them feel distinct. One of my biggest issues with the sort of like lance, axe, sword system is the weapons don't really feel distinct from each other. And I think that even more so when you add in things like the Kodachi, the Wind Edge in Radiant Dawn, and whatnot, they don't feel... They feel just like, what is the difference between having a sword unit and a lance unit and an axe unit, right? Especially because the weapon triangle is often just not very impactful. Binding Blade is a great example of how, like, using being at weapon triangle disadvantage sometimes is still more accurate because, like, the accuracy difference between swords and lances. I actually like how Thracia makes swords stand out in Thracia makes swords stand out in having all these, like, really specialized swords, like the Kingmaker, which gives charm when equipped. Send Kane this way. Okay, just send our Paladin squad to get this, because I think pirates will eventually destroy this village. Leonardo up here. Sakura, that's a cool inventory you have. Wouldn't it be a shame if all of it just got handed to Rachel? It makes everything feel really homogenous. Yeah, it makes everything feel really homogenous. I like Thracia separating things out with, like, not only the magical swords, which use a different stat, as opposed to, like, the Radiant Dawn Wind Edge or the Fates Kodachi that, don't use a different stat, but also that, like, they still use strength. But also then, the special stuff, you know, like the Paragon Sword, the Kingmaker. IV4 does that a little bit as well, but it's also just got a really unbalanced triangle because of swords being just PogChamp forever. And then I like Radiant Dawn's approach a bit. It's weird because I don't like physical wind edges. Radiant Dawn adds them. Although they're not forgeable and they are strictly worse than javelins and hand axes because they have less might and less hit. So, like, it does sort of make swords feel like they're not attacking. But then Radiant Dawn's approach to effective weapons I think is really cool. Because the only horse effective weapon is a lance. The only wyvern effective weapon is a sword. And the only armor effective weapon is an axe. So it makes those weapons actually stand out and feel distinct, which I think is extra impressive considering it's a game that doesn't have a weapon triangle. Let's grab this for Delphia, and then grab a couple of heal staffs. Do we want a torch? I don't think we care about a torch. Let's grab one. I also think we should probably buy some iron swords. So there's an archer up here that we know about. So what if we have Lou and Lester go here? He baits the archer, and then we can kill with Merida. These pirates are gonna show up soon. What turn is it? Turn 12. What turn do these reinforcements show up? Hard mode. Turns 12 to 20. Well, shit. So they're showing up this turn. Well, this one's going to attack Merida. I think we want to get Marth up there for the great antitoxin heists. So Kane the Quiet Revolutionary can handle things down here because he's fucking baller. Go over here. Drop you. Okay. I think this is good now. So they're showing up. So Marth's job is going to be to steal antitoxins. Axes are better at breaking doors, according to the tutorial. In Radiant Dawn? No. Nuh-uh. I mean, maybe. There's a lot of RD mechanics I don't know about, but no. No shot, right? Alright, let's... I think we have Leonardo do this. Marth being in this is sad. I know he's bad in like one game, but he's really good in his other appearances. He's like okay in 12. And like he's really good in 1 and 3. Although I think that Uh-oh, Fiona. Uh-oh, Fiona! Ooh, the problem there is... problem there is then you get attacked. I guess we can have Claire. No, let's just have Caspar. I wanted to feed this pirate to Marita, but we can have her fight the others. It'll be fine. Oh no, Fiona, it's Finover. We can heal her up. It'll be okay. I'm a bit of a Marth defender and appreciator. That's fair. He's like... I mean, FE11 Marth was my pick for the worst lord in the franchise. Spoilers, I guess, for that. For that video. Lewin Lester can kill this guy. The only thing I don't like about Marth is there's one game where he doesn't promote and he lags behind so much. Well, he doesn't promote in any of his games, actually. So I don't know which game you're referring to. Let's get La Rochelle out of there. Take, drop. You go here. I think we're good. I like this guy. I like this guy a lot. Send Kane back. Okay, and then we move Arden over here. And I guess everyone else we just sort of stand still, right? Bottom. He'll be back in 10 minutes. Oh, wait, shit. Oh, Martha's too strong now. We can't do the great antitoxin heist. Martha's too strong. He's gonna have to hand his weapons over to Marita. Thanks for the sleep aid, by the way. Oh, are you watching this to go to sleep? The worst lords are late or no promotion, sword-locked lords with... but fast lords with average growths. I feel like for a while... I mean, any sort of story-locked promotion, I always feel bad. It always feels bad. It never feels good, right? Okay. You... give your weapons. Yes, even the rapier. Marita can fight these guys. Okay. If the pirate's coming up this way... I guess we have Lynn go here? Would she get one-shot by them, though? 24 attack. Weapon triangle... she fucking gets one shot. God damn it. Lynn, why you gotta suck so much? Okay, LaRachel doesn't get one shot, does she? Yeah, LaRachel actually lives. So LaRachel can actually be the blocker, the cock blocker for now. Danny, I'm playing Pokemon Crystal. What should I name my rival? So my favorite Pokemon rival name story is my IRL friend Brendan, would always name his rival Idiot, but he spelled it wrong by accident. So his rival was IDOT. She's so frail. This is what people think Roy is like. I believe there's enemies over here. Kane can probably handle them, right? I know there's this mage. I think there's more in the fog, too. I think we just wait, right? If we're just training, then, like, what are we doing, right? We're just training. Bonk. Bonk. She does, so Marita does, like, potentially, if she gets hit by multiple, like, 12% or whatever, she does potentially face death, but IMO, it's like not a significant chance. She'll be fine. Wrong effective weapon, bozo. Who would use paladins when you can use the superior Nightcrest option? Okay, so there's those guys. They're trying to fuck up Kane the Quiet Revolutionary. But they don't know about my Kane. They don't know about my Quiet Revolutionary gaming. Okay, so I think... do we just do this, probably? Because she gets 2-shot, not 1-shot. So, like... it seems like a pretty good training spot. And then we have... okay, LaRachel, go down here. Marth, I need you to steal the antitoxin from this guy. And Lewin Lester can murder him. Kinda. Does he choose to be a Quiet Revolutionary, or is he forced to be a Quiet Revolutionary? These are good questions. That's a good question. Nobody actually knows. I'm pretty sure. I don't think anyone knows the answer. I guess we'll have Bartray or Caspar here. Mixed him up. I mixed him up with the Bold Man. How does Fiona do here? Yeah, so Fiona and Caspar can sort of choke this point. And that'll be good. That'll be good. And Marita can just delete these guys, like, slowly but surely. I should probably turn animations off for this portion, shouldn't I? Because we're gonna be here a while. Do I fucking whip it out? Do I fucking whip it out, y'all? Do I fucking whip it out? I think we fucking whip it out, right? I think we fucking whip it out. I think you know what time it is. I think you know what time it is.
Peter, the horse is here.
Where do I put him? Where do I put him? Just like here? Just hanging out on the bottom of the screen. It's the Ice Rider time. Now is the time for Crab. I could put Crab Rave on, actually. I could put Crab Rave on. That's way more damage to Kane the Quiet Revolutionary than I expected. Thankfully we can outrun all these bozos. Wait, okay, before Crab Rave, I do have to get Kane to safety so I don't, like, forget. Yeah, I can outrun you. And we'll drink a Vulnerary just in case. I think we're safe. You go here. And then what we do is you do this. Alright, I'm gonna get Crab Rave real quick. Hold on. I need to get my player. Sign in. Bada bada bada. Invalid email or password. What? Do I need to reset my password? Hold on, I might have to reset my password. This was your previous password. Don't you hate it when that happens? This was your previous password. But that's what I was typing. Oh no, Lou and Lester already capped speed. Can we get a PETA the horses here? I'll give you one. I'll give you a little bit of PETA. PETA the horses here. A little bit of PETA while I'm getting... Okay, how about we do this? Music off. We still have sound effects. And then we got PETA going, right? Is PETA good for y'all? Is that a good volume? Do we need a little bit lower? A little bit lower? Now we go to the player. Crab Rave. Oh, did it get... No, it didn't get removed. Okay. It's just 2 words. Okay. So, sign... What do you mean you need to sign in? I am signed... What do you mean invalid email or password? I literally just did a reset. What? What do you mean it's in... What? I just reset my password and logged in. What? I just did a password reset. Oh no. What the hell? I literally just did this password reset. Oh, I was a capitalization error. Okay. That's stupid. Whatever. Okay. Crab. Okay, how is the volume? How is...
The horse is here.
is this good volume? The Curse of the Ice Rider. It's not a story the Jedi would tell you. The Curse of Ice Rider. Perfect volume? Alright. Bum 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 bum. Let's get Delthea over there to get a fire tone. But otherwise, we Gucci. We Gucci main, in fact. Can I get some crabs in chat, y'all? Can I get some crabs in chat? The crab and the cigarette. Yo, Marita levels time. Marita levels time. And apparently also Caspar levels. Bum 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 bum. How do we wanna... Can you... Perfect. Thank you, Aaron. Does anyone have any predictions for who Echidna is going to be? Because I think that's a potential, like, I wonder, right? Bum ba da ba da ba bum ba dum ba da ba. Let's grab Delthea's heal staff.
Peter, the horse is here.
We need to send Arden. Oh, did I not have loop on? I might need to turn loop on. Okay, I turned loop on. Sorry about that, y'all. Arthur would be funny. So we already had Arthur as a boss. Was never as cool as will never be as cool as Haitaka. So this is just a generic berserker boss from Fates. This is so sad. Charlotte? Could be Charlotte. I'm thinking like pre-promoted hero. What even pre-promoted heroes do we have? Like, it's probably Samson, right? If we move Lynn in order to not get the support points, Leonardo can set up a kill for Lewin, or he can crit. Okay, that's fine too. Oh wait, I forgot to steal the antitoxin! This is so sad. Alright, so Fiona, your job is to help us sell these antitoxins that I'm stealing. I think we... And we use this opportunity also to train up La Rachel. Oh, whoops. I meant to use the heal staff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So here. Well, with just the Vulnerary, actually, Kane the Quiet Revolutionary does fine here. So I guess we just end. Sin equals La Rochelle. Now anything is on the table. You're right, actually. It doesn't have to, they don't have to match class-wise. So I was thinking about this in terms of the dancer, right? Wouldn't it be very funny if the answer for who Elfin is, right? What if Elfin was Lewin? Because he's technically a bard, but you don't get a dancer out of it, right? I think that would be very funny. Or Homer.
Peter, the horse is here.
Echidna could be Sairi.
Peter, the horse is here.
Yeah, because she's a swordmaster. Bum ba-dum ba-da-bum bum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum bum bum ba-da-bum bum 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 ba-da-ba-da. Moving you. We just doing some chill grinding now, aren't we? I guess we just like do this. You're all like you're all trapped in here. Or the dancer could be a transforming unit from FE1 because cloning is basically the same thing as dancing. So, I already didn't believe that narrative, right? But playing a hag in white further solidified my idea that transformers are nowhere near as good as dancers. I think transformers are what dancer haters think dancing is, right? You get a copy of your strongest unit, but it's not worth the deployment slot. Because you might as well just deploy another combat unit. Because otherwise, like, in the cases where you use the transformer to just be a copy of your best combat unit, right? Nice job, Marita. You're still taking a turn off every 5 turns. You're losing out on the experience. You can't do advanced dancer strategies for, like, higher movement and stuff. So there's, you know, there's a lot of drawbacks to using a transformer instead of just, like, your 12th best combat unit. Or a utility unit, right? It doesn't have to be a combat unit. How would you fix the magic weapon triangle? I talked about this on, I believe it was a hag stream, where I said that my biggest issue with the magic weapon triangle is just sort of conceptually, I think it doesn't work. Because it relies on the idea of you are using mages to fight mages, which is just kind of a non-starter, because mages are traditionally the res-heavy class, right? And the advantage to attacking on res, like as a mage, right, is you hit the lower defensive stat for physical units, right? You know, like an armor knight is gonna have really high defense, but no res. And so, usually, Fire Emblem games, magic tomes will have lower might as compared to physical weapons, right? Right now, Fireball is tied with Iron Sword, right? Is less might than Iron Bow, less might than Iron Axe, and the trade-off is you hit on the weaker defensive stat. But mage on mage combat, mages have higher res than defense, traditionally. Not always the case. Dark mages are oftentimes the exception to that, especially in ROM hacks or modern Fire Emblem. Wow, they're fucking scared of fear. They don't want to train on fear. Wait, stop killing yourself on Caspar. What? What are they doing? What are they? Stop it! Caspar doesn't need the experience. Why do they hate Caspar now? Disarm Caspar? I was thinking of giving him a bow, but I think you're right. It's because if I disarm him, then the hand axe ones can't suicide into him. So I think you're right in that regard. Disarm is probably smarter. We need to someone with 5 weapon slots to spare. Perfect. Aaron, I found your purpose. I guess, like, they're gonna attack Rachel now, aren't they? So I guess Caspar goes, like, here, so they can't reach Rachel now. And then you steal an antitoxin. This is so fucking cringe. This is so fucking cringe. Oh, but Magic Triangle, right. Magic Triangle, right. So the way that I would fix the Magic Triangle is rather than having, like, I actually think the triangle advantage, disadvantage stuff that is often done, even in physical weapons, it really doesn't feel all that impactful. I don't like it. Instead, I think making the weapons stand out from each other should be the goal. Sacred Trilogy does this really neat thing with its magic. It's all within anima instead of including light and dark, but it has wind is 2-3 range. Thunder is 1 range, but really strong. And fire is the traditional sort of 1-2 range, right? And I think making the schools distinct from each other serves to, like, I think that's much better than just having a triangle, right? Just make the schools of magic feel like they're different from each other. I like it in Engage too. Like, Engage just has magic, right? Just mages. Every mage can use magic, but there's different schools. There's Thunder, has extra range, but doesn't have the ability to double. Tends to be higher might. Slurge is 1 range, infinite accuracy. Fire's the more traditional one, and then Wind kind of sucks because it's low might. But oh, it's effective against flyers. Just use the Radiant Bow, right? Let's grab a couple Iron Swords. No bows for sale. Ooh, hammer for sale. What if we get 45 hit hammer? Grab a couple of hand axes. Will this be getting a review after you finish it? Probably not. It's not really like an original hack, right? It's... I wouldn't even necessarily call it a redux in the same way that Project Ember and Sacred Trilogy and Project Jade and those sorts of things are. I do think the way that it recontextualizes gameplay with, like, the different units and the new weapons and stuff is interesting and, like, worth playing. I might make a short review, one of those 60-second shorts, where it's like, are you looking for a new Fire Emblem? Try such and such. Usually I reserve those for games that I've done a long review on so that I can plug the long review and sort of get eyeballs that way. I am working on a video. So there's two possible ways that I can see this getting a sort of a semi-review thing. One is I've had an idea in my head of like doing a video on the many different ways to play Fire Emblem 6, because FE6 I feel like is the game with the most reduxes, right? There's Ember, there's FE6 and FE8 if you like, you know, plagiarism and slurs. Are we at the end of the reinforcements? They end at turn 20. We are at the end of the reinforcements. Alright, so only a few more antitoxins to steal. There's a couple of other ones that basically all, in my opinion, like, they do different things, but I tend to prefer vanilla FE6 to, like, most of the reduxes. And so I thought maybe doing a video about, like, the different reduxes, what they add, what they sort of, like, take away. And the idea being more like, here's a bunch of different possible ways to play FE6. Pick which one sounds best to you. And I would probably include cast swaps like this and no redundancy in that as well. The other one is, I've been thinking about making a video about crossover hacks. Those being hacks that have crossovers from a bunch of different Fire Emblem games, right? Like Myrmidon Emblem, an Unexpected Caller. There's a glitch one that I want to look at. And I would include this in that because while it's not an original story, it is sort of like at least worth mentioning, like, hey, you know, like, this is also technically a crossover hack, right? From a certain point of view. We gotta get her iron swords. Fiona, deliver the iron swords. Deliver the goods, Fiona. Bum ba-dum ba-dum, bum ba-dum ba-dum ba-dum, bum bum ba-dum. Do this for love, Rachel. What other questions do people have? This is a good opportunity for the whole Q&A of it all, or whatever. I am happy to answer questions. One of the potatoes I ate went bad. What is the meaning of life? Well, I don't have an answer to that question. I guess I could say 42. Reveal myself as a fucking Hitchhikers fan. A fate worse than death. Are you making a hack? I am not making a hack. And I don't think I will ever make a hack. There's a variety of reasons for that. Most of which is my own shortcomings. I think that there's a very specific skill set that goes into making a Fire Emblem hack. And I think I am lacking in those skills. Some of it is patience, but a lot of it is like creativity and stuff. I think that it's one thing to recognize like what I enjoy or don't enjoy in someone else's hack. It's a completely different thing and a much, much harder thing to actually like design maps and units and stuff in a compelling and enjoyable manner. And I do not have that skill set. I also don't have the patience to... I do not have the patience to do everything you would need to do in Builder as well. So, like, even if I was creative enough, which I am not, that would be its own boundary, right? And so, I will not be making a ROM hack, ever. I mean, never say never, right? But I don't see it happening. More food for LaRachel. Even the hacks that I personally did not enjoy, you know, stuff like Drama 5 or whatever, right? I have an amount of respect for the people who made them because it's something that I don't think I would be able to do. What hack is this? This is Fire M Bad. There's a link in the description of this stream that will take you to where to download it. It is an FE6 hack rather than the traditional FE8. So, you know, bear that in mind. But the patching process is the same. You just need to have a legally obtained copy of Fire Emblem 6. Who does Fear usually support with, by the way? Oh, we could support Marita and Fiona, right? Bum ba-dum ba-dum, bum ba-dum. I'll grab the support list. I know Rutger is one, and I know Noah is one, and I know Bartray, but we're not getting Bartray, right? And Karel, but like lol. But like lol. Shin. Well, we are using LaRachel. Like we are LaRachel maxing. Perfectly normal FE6. I'm glad you agree, smiley face. Did anyone else experience a freeze in the stream? I sure hope not. Did anyone else experience a freeze in the stream? Okay, so it is just on your end? Alright. Refresh. I choose to assume the noble paladin is carrying La Rochelle and his noble steed is carrying Princess La Rochelle's dainty steed. The horse-on-horse rescue. The double horse rescue. I'm just gonna guess that there's some YouTube fuckery. I do have a warning about the bitrate, but I nearly constantly have warnings about the bitrate. So you know, take it with a grain of salt. Let's... Okay, we've got a merc here. But we can lure that merc out with, like, Arden. Probably. Because he's got what? A steel sword. We took care of the mage down here with Kane the Quiet Revolutionary. So yeah, we just got a couple of pirates to kill. Nothing too much else going on. And I think we're good. They hate Caspar. They're so scared of Marita. They know Marita's a good unit. They're too scared of her because of that. Where did the Ice Rider meme come from? It's from the Minecraft movie meme. Yeah, so, okay, like, don't cancel me, because I am participating in the Microsoft boycott, which includes not seeing the Minecraft movie, right? So I didn't see it, but in my opinion, like, the meme, as long as you're not financially supporting them, I'm comfortable with the meme. It's also like, you know, make your own choices, right? But for me, my choice is that, like, I'm still memeing about it. I'm just not financially supporting them, right? And in that regard, someone posted this in a Discord server I'm in. I do not know the origins of it. The little clip on the bottom where it's the chicken jockey scene from the Minecraft movie, but with Calyrex Ice Rider, and then Minecraft Steve's replaced with Steven Stone, who just goes Ice Rider. And so I downloaded that, and then when we were training Marth, I was gonna do it off screen while I was, like, watching television, right, on my other monitor, and chat was like, we want to see the grinding, so I turned the sound off, and then they were like, give us TikTok sound effects. So I added a bunch of, like, TikTok overstimulation garbage, and the idea was to be sort of a parody of that, right? But I think I'm a little bit, like, embarrassed about it, because I think while parodying, I think that the TikTok garbage stuff is impossible to parody without becoming it yourself. Because I definitely did give people, like, the overstimulation, but I'm gonna keep watching thing that I was making fun of. So it's a little bit, like, I'm a little bit conflicted about it, but ultimately, I'm fine with it. Because it led to, I renamed the second channel, which used to be just the incredibly boring Danny Doyle Let's Plays, because it was there for, like, Let's Plays, right? I renamed it Danny Doyle Ice Rider, and then, because I wanted to upload the Marth grinding thing, but I didn't want it on the main channel, because it would not perform as well as normal videos, and it would affect me in the algorithm and stuff, right? So I decided, oh, you know, I'll just upload it on the second channel, right? And then that did well. Mostly people watching for the meme, right? But then I decided, like, you know what? What if I uploaded stream clips to it? And it's been very fun to do stream clips on Ice Rider. In addition to the Let's Play videos that it was initially created for. So I'm keeping it that way. And I'm kind of glad about that origin of things. Does that explain things? There's a Microsoft boycott? Yes! BDS, the sort of decentralized movement for Palestinian liberation, has called for a boycott against Microsoft gaming products, specifically naming Game Pass and the Minecraft movie, as well as Minecraft the game itself, as a primary target of their boycott, because of Microsoft's providing AI to the Israeli army that they are using to kill Palestinian civilians. So yeah, I'm not making judgments. I am, because I feel like when talking about like those sorts of things, the very serious stuff, right? It comes with a sort of like implicit, like, you have to do the same thing that I'm doing. I'm participating in the boycott. I would encourage people who feel the same way as me to do it as well. But more than anything, I would encourage y'all to make your own decisions around what you are comfortable doing, what you feel obligated to do, or what you don't feel obligated to do, what you don't feel comfortable doing, right? I think it's a good cause, and I am supporting it. But I also think we all gotta make our own decisions, right? When it comes to these sorts of things. Especially boycotts, which like traditionally are oftentimes not super impactful. Although I will say BDS in particular has had a number of very meaningful victories in the past couple of years, specifically from its boycotts. Which is part of why I have been participating in all of them, because I think that they are, unlike most, you know, like there's the meme, right? There's the meme of like, the Left 4 Dead 2 boycott Steam group where everyone was playing Left 4 Dead 2, right? That's normally how gamer boycotts go. But, so like, is PETA still playing? I'm gonna mute PETA. PETA's been playing for too long. So like, that's the meme, and I do think that like, especially gamer boycotts are oftentimes the silliest thing ever. But I do think BDS, being not specifically a gamer boycott, but it currently targeting a gaming corporation, this is the Modern Warfare 2 dedicated servers one. Yeah, that too, right? Like, all the fucking, it's a tale as old as time, gamer boycotts. But given the success stories that BDS has tied to it, I think that this is one that maybe the fog didn't stop you, but you'll be in rough shape at least. I'll finish you off. No, I'm gonna rescue people out actually, so you're actually a loser. You're actually a loser, is what you are. Is it just don't play Microsoft games? Let me pull up the BDS website. I can give the exact talking points that they have. BDS movement is calling for people to pressure Microsoft with disinvestment and exclusion from contracts wherever feasible. We also call for a boycott of Microsoft's gaming products within the following options for tiers of engagement. Tier 1, cancel your Xbox Game Pass membership. Tier 2, boycott Candy Crush, Minecraft, and Call of Duty. These are flagship video game franchises owned by Microsoft. Tier 3, boycott all Microsoft gaming products, including Xbox-branded consoles, handsets, accessories, and all games published by Microsoft-owned publishing labels such as Xbox Studios, Activision, Bethesda, and Blizzard. Full disclosure, I am participating in all 3 tiers. I canceled my Game Pass membership, which I'd had for a couple of years. I'd had for like half a decade, because I felt like it was a thing that, as a streamer, I got value out of just being able to try new games to maybe like put as background footage or stuff. But I canceled that. Oh wow, Lester. You might be strength plus, but this is still, you know, the Lester moment. And then I have not been playing the new games, stuff like the Oblivion remaster or like Doom, those sorts of things, which I was looking forward to Doom. If the boycott ever lifts, like I'll probably play it late, but especially as a streamer and someone who like, I recognize that the things I stream and the things that I say are like potentially of influence on others. I did not feel comfortable, sort of showcasing those sorts of things. Again, I'm not telling other people what to do. I think that in these sorts of things, everyone should be able to make their own decisions on what they personally are comfortable or uncomfortable with. I don't know how did we get on this topic? Actually. That's pretty good level. She fucking capped her speed. 9 strength, too. I mean, that's just the Marina gaming moment, right? Ooh, Delphia. Did we get a fire tome on you? We did. I should have used the fire. Oh, support! Nice. Okay. I want to save the torch staff because there's a couple of other fog maps that'll be good in. Which Shrek movie is better, 3 or 4? I have not seen either Shrek 3 or Shrek 4. I've only seen 1 and 2. I've heard 3 is awful though. So probably 4? But yeah, I've only seen Shrek 1 and 2. Lester! You can take the Lester out of Fire Emblem 4, but you can't take the Fire Emblem 4 out of Lester. I should probably turn off... Should I turn off Crab Jam now? Like, we're not grinding anymore, right? Let me make a poll. Alright. Y'all, your choices really matter. This is a your choices really matter moment. What are we doing for music? Chill vibes. Vanilla FE6 music. Ugh, that crit rate. I know it's only an 8% hit, but that's scary. Hey, strength! Or Crab Rave, those are the options. And it looks like Vanilla FE6 music is currently winning. The enemies ambushed us. Oh god. Fucking... The cutscenes with no music. Wait, this is so ominous. Why is this so ominous? FE6, but it's a horror movie. Ewan! I knew. This is the unit we voted on today! He's taking revenge for the F tier placement. I knew he was evil. Isn't a summoner because he doesn't play heroes. Okay, never mind, he's not evil. We're the villains. We're the villains, he's the good guy. Alright. I gotta fucking figure out my deployment squad. Hi, Rad. Do we want to steal more fucking... Do we want to steal more fucking antitoxins? We could steal more antitoxins. I think Fiona's probably a better deploy, though, right? I also have to handle, like, items. Because half of you just don't have items anymore. Okay, Fiona... Oh, no, Aaron. Aaron and Caspar need to trade items. Who is the Lilina replacement? Delthea. Delthea is the Lilina replacement. Do we want Aaron? What's Aaron's stats even look like? 10 strength, 11 speed, 10 defense. Is he worse than Fiona right now? Actually, yes. Just actually worse than Fiona. That's very silly. He does have weapon ranks, right? No, he does not! What a silly goose. Do we even want Aaron? He is, like, promoted, right? So, like, that's sort of the upside. Who has the rapier? Oh, Delthea has the rapier. Let's grab his rapier, at least. Drop Aaron for Marth or Arden. I think Arden is, like, a very limited unit, right? I think that we deploy him he's a sometimes treat. He's a sometimes treat. This is a fairly movement-intensive map, although there is this ballista. And Arden can actually be pretty good for dealing with that ballista, so I think we do drop Aaron for Arden, yeah. And this means no stealing the antitoxins. But that's, I guess that's okay. That's gonna have to be okay. You grab the heal staff. So we get 3 new units, right? We Gonzalez, Geese. Oh, is it just Gonzalez and Geese, actually? Oh, we need Lilina, because she's Delthea. But we're training her anyway, so, like, 21 magic. This is so silly. It's just Geese and Gonzalez, this map, right? It's just Geese and Gonzalez, yes, okay. So then I think we put Arden here. Arden will be our ballista bait. He can drain the ballista and also attract this merc. Who's the really scary guy? There's a really scary... You're the really scary guy. This guy's terrifying. But otherwise, I think we're good to go. What is your opinion on women? I don't know how to answer that question. That feels kind of loaded. I like women. I am a lesbian, after all. But also just on the grounds of, like... just on the grounds of, like, I think that regardless of gender, people are cool? Question mark? I don't know, that feels... I feel like this is a loaded question. I'm scared. So we're gonna drain this ballista. And I guess we'll have Kane the Quiet Revolutionary go here. Caspar goes over here. Ba-da-da-da. Bum-ba-rum. Ba-da-da-da. Ba-da-da. You go here. Women are broken in Awakening. Is anyone doing Art Fight this year? What is Art Fight? Who has been your favorite units to use so far? In Emblem? Definitely Leonardin. Definitely Leonardin. I mean, we got fan art. We got fan art from them. So definitely Leonardin. I don't know why they're going for Caspar, but I'm down to clown. Arden is funny. Caspar Gaming. Arden will just drain this ballista, and, like, that's a good enough job for him. We're continuing the Marita training arc. She's already capped her speed, though. Does Caspar have, like, hidden aggravate? I don't think so. He doesn't even have, like, low defense. I don't know what's going on with Caspar. People are just... It's like Medea in FE4, where sometimes people just, like, say, I'm gonna kill you, and then they do, and then they die. Could be the hit rate. Does he have, like, low avoiders? So I know with Fear it was, like, probably because he has lower avoid than her, right? But I don't know what it was for, like, everyone else. Halberd. So I think... Claire, can you kill the archer with the Felsenier? Oh, no. Okay. So I think we have Caspar go here. Ironbow, like, the halberd guy. God, Caspar's so fucking epic. And then we trade him Iron Axe. And meanwhile, Arden just kills this guy. What is your favorite color? Purple. And I'm not just saying that because you're a purple M&M. It is actually my favorite color. I have a purple water bottle to prove it. 16 attack. You have 13 speed, so you don't get doubled. So yeah, let's put Delthea here with the Fire Tome. And see what happens. Purple. I like purple. Based choice. 100% exact kills are epic. I specifically like lilac. I don't have that much of a specific, right? I don't have that much of a specific. I just like purple. Most queer people I've ever met have purple as their favorite color. Interesting. I wonder why that is. I wonder why that is. I wonder if there's something about it that is appealing to us. There's a part of me that wants to dye my hair purple, but I'm leaning more towards pink. I had a pink streak in my hair when I was younger. In case, you know, anyone was wondering, I guess. Purple is a cool color. It's on the bisexual flag and the non-binary flag. I am in both of those, therefore I am purple. Purple is also traditionally the color of royalty. Which could be part of it as well. Do this. Nice dodge there. Okay. Fun fact, purple is the easiest color to dye your hair because it cancels up. Marita just keeps on winning. Marita just keeps on winning. I think the biggest problem that LaRachel is gonna run into is we only have the only guiding ring that we're gonna get. The next guiding ring is Sophia's guiding ring, right? So like, similar to how oftentimes Nightcrest users will run into that as their, like, the thing that holds them back. I think that magic users sort of run into that too. But it's just less pronounced in vanilla because a lot of the magic users are kind of mid. But with two troubadours... So we know Mist is Cecilia, so we're gonna get a free Valkyrie as well. YouTube just crashed for me. Oh no! I'm sorry, that is unfortunate. Are you gonna give the second hero crest to Marita? I think so. Like, I'm sorry, this unit is just stupid. I'm curious to see what Mist's weapon ranks are. I'm curious if she will have anima or swords. I know No Redundancy created a new class for Percival Cecilia getting merged, where they gave physical weapons and also magical weapons. So I wonder if something similar will happen with, Mist, because she is a sword unit, after all. I wonder if Valkyries in general will get swords instead of anima. I don't know. A lot of puzzles. A lot of puzzles. Will you support LaRachel and Marita? Yes. Or at least I will, you know, try to. And Sue and Shin, or sorry, Fear and Shin support. I am also running Sue though, who is Lester. The iconic Nomad. Nomad Bomad. If we have you, then what if we just put Fiona here? The Ironlands. I do want to try to get Lynn down south to recruit Geese sooner. Yo, speed on Arden! You forgot about Arden's speed! Alright, we'll have Kane the Quiet Revolutionary rescue. And then Delthea's gonna have to go for whoever Gonzo is, too. And there's the pirates. That guy's terrifying. That Killing Edge guy is terrifying. Danny, with your current knowledge and skill, if you were dropped in the hardest map of Lunatic Reverse Awakening, what would you do? Geese, you're really leaving. Wait, who is this? I would have thought Daros. I would have assumed Daros. He's bad from a designs perspective. Well, those are certainly some stats. Hard 5 Gazak. The fucking boss from Chapter 1 of Shadow Dragon. Yes, it is. Well, I have to drop Lynn. I didn't realize he would run up north. Is he better than Geese already? He definitely is better than Geese already. The question is... The question is, what are his growths, right? If he's an enemy, would he just have no growths? Will this have growth rates because he's a boss? Yeah, that's my thought. What are his growths gonna be? I wish that I had the growth viewer for this. The growth viewer QOL. But, you know, like, obviously, that's, like, its whole other thing that might not be, like... I mean, the patches are not compatible. I don't know what the, like... FE6 is so much, like, so fucked to work with, right? So I don't even know what, like... adding or subtracting them would do. I wonder what his growths are like, though. He might just be the 0 growths unit. Like, Mr. Bases over growths himself. Hard 5 Gazak. 0 luck. Well, that's just because he's an enemy. He has 0 luck because he's an enemy. And he has 0 res because he's an Arcanea. You got something to say to me? I want to ask why you're fighting against the soldiers. I do like the he's bad from a design perspective thing. That is clever. That is a clever subversion of the premise. Okay, we've done that. So now Boris can go here, and he can bait the stupid... I hate this berserker. So we can bait him. Marita can go here. Someone asked, am I giving the next hero crest to Marita? But, like, Gazak just joined, right? We also just got Gazak. So I don't know. Are we giving the next one to Marita? Or are we trading Gazak? Kaspar has an extra axe for him. Cause like Geese is lame. But Gazak, it might be the rare chance to see pirates in FE6, right? Right? God, the promotion items problem. Let's see Gonzo. Let's see Gonzo. Gonzalez! Is that fucking Donald? Is that fucking Donald? Is that fucking Donald? Is this fighter Donald? You will learn firsthand. It's a fighter! That's gotta be Donald! Holy shit. You gotta use him? But he won't even be a berserker! Okay, maybe I do have to use him, though. Wait! Wait! These stats are so good! What's the matter, farm boy? Afraid you won't be able to land a single blow? Wait! Wait, this is epic! Wait, this is epic! I thought Donald sucked. I mean, that's Donald after he's been trained up to be a fighter, though, right? Like, that's different. Sorry, Hard 5 Gazak. Much like Geese, you've immediately been outclassed by a different axe unit who joined on the same map as you. The fucking FE6 pirate problem will never end. The Berkut line. Meanwhile, Marina just over here fucking aura farming. I knew Gonzalez would not disappoint. I missed the opportunity to try a playable soldier, but then again, Donald doesn't get general in Awakening. I mean, it could have been like playable soldier promotes into fighter or something. Would have been very silly. Okay, so we'll Slim Lance you. I need to yap about Donald. Go ahead, yap about Donald. What begs at your heartstrings about Donald? You have the Donald yap. And if I have anything interesting to say, I will turn it into an Ice Rider video. Because I feel like anything I would say about Donald has been said a million times already. just because, like, the problems with Donald are so self-evident, but, some people don't see them, so, you know. Donald effectively has 2 class lines because of how Villager works. Yeah, because in Awakening, Villager it works different from Fates. It doesn't promote. So it just straight up, he just does not get a 3rd class line. Although I think the bigger issue is that neither of his 2nd seal class lines have Lance access. So you train up his Lance rank, and then after you finish the painful Donald training arc, you have a 2nd painful Donald training arc on account of needing to train his weapon rank up so he can use something other than bronzes. I hate how Donald in Awakening is a Lance user, but he promotes to an Axe and Sword user, and he never gets Lance's back in training. Well, and so the other thing is that he doesn't even get them back. It would be one thing if it was like, you know, you lose the Lance rank, but then when you promote, you 2nd seal into Fighter, right? But then you promote into, like, you know, some Axe Lance class, right? Like Awakening's equivalent of Master of Arms. But he doesn't even have the option to get Lances back in a promoted class. Which I think is the really sad thing. You know, it's not like Ewan, who I don't think the game tracks his anima rank. But in theory, Ewan could, like, because he gets anima back, in, like, a modern game that tracked the anima rank, he could get his anima rank back, right? I don't think Sacred Stones does. But Donald doesn't even have that luxury. You know, one of the things that happens with Hayato in Fire Emblem Fates, if you reclass Hayato to Oni, he loses his tome rank initially, but if you promote from Oni Savage to Oni Chieftain, he gets the tome rank back. Sakura, she goes Sky Knight, she loses her staff rank. If you promote from Sky Knight to Falco Knight, she gets the staff rank back. And I think something like that being afforded to Donald would really help ease the pain of that 2nd training project. He's never going to be a good unit, right? But that's sort of the price that you pay as a trainee. It's very rare for a trainee to be a, you know, quote-unquote good unit, and usually it's either because they offer something unique, or because secretly everyone is a trainee. One of the things that I think makes Mozu in Rev a lot better than she might appear just because she's a trainee, is secretly everyone in the beginning of Rev is a trainee, aside from Corrin and Early Servant. Even Gunter is a trainee. Even Gunter wants training. But Kaze and Hana and Tsubaki are all and Hayato are all units that want their share of the experience pie. And so the fact that Mozu also demands a pretty disproportionate amount of experience is not unique to her. Whereas in Donald, I mean, everyone wants experience, but Donald is significantly behind. Whereas, like, you compare, you know, Mozu versus Hana, they're both struggling before they get that experience bolster. Also, is Donald going to destroy the village even though he's a fighter? We might have to... We might have to do some rescue dropping to get Lolina down there. I still have you there. How do you do here? You can set up a kill for Lester. Donald is the literal home wrecker. In Gay Awakening, they gave him Pegasus Knight. See, I actually thought it would be kind of cool if he could promote from Villager to Peg Knight and be like the only male Pegasus Knight. And then also combining Soul plus Gale Force is a pretty nice combination. It's a pretty rare combination. I think Cordelia and her kids get it, and then obviously Robin gets everything because, you know, Robin. Why is Jean here? She's a good unit. Hello, Commander Cheney. Yeah, I mean, we had this talk at the start of the stream. But also, I think the idea is like, the substitutes, right? Like, in general, the substitutes are just the worst versions of the people they're substituting. I would say in like a sub-run, Jean is probably good. But I think in the grand scheme of things, it's hard to find a Troubadour who's like a truly bad unit. So I think the substitute Troubadour is probably like, you know, the place to go. This is the most I've ever seen someone use an Armor Knight in FE6. I used the entire Armor Triangle attack in a draft run. It was pretty fun. Yeah, that's a fucking geese moment right there. He lost us the Brave Axe, so we're resetting for that. La Rachel is a pretty bad Troubadour. We got her, actually, though. We got La Rachel. Just, for some reason, she's fucking Shin. Here, I'll leave animations off for a little bit. Let's move... Okay, let's put Kane the Quiet Revolutionary right here. You go here. I have no idea. Like, the La Rachel Shin thing, that's the beginning of the wow, what's going on? Maybe the creator wanted to pursue La Rochelle having a lower staff rank than your other dedicated staff users. But doesn't, Chlorine typically join with a pretty low staff rank? She is D, right? Am I gas-lamping? I do think it's funny that she joined in the Western Isles. It did mean we're punching Sakura to the curb, right? Poor Sakura. There's layers to the La Rachel joke. There are layers to it. There are layers to it. I'll say that much. There are layers to it. Rescue you. Leonardo, pew pew. I'll leave animations off just so we can like catch up to where we were. It's times like this I really miss L-Skip. L-Skip is very good. Jeff? And shoot to whoop. Holy shit, that's a lot of damage. Okay, so Arden is still draining the ballista. Delthea is good. Is Fiona a filler unit? I mean, like, it depends, because the Nightcrest situation is very cringe, but Cavalier's also a good class, especially in the Game Boy Advance games, right? So, it just sort of depends on how things go. But right now, she's at least filling, like, a filler role, right? It's so good that Eliwood is saved by promoting into Cav. No! No! We will not stand for Smellywood propaganda here. No! No, no. I don't think you actually believe that because you put saved in quotation marks. But just in case, say it with me, chat. Smellywood is bad. Do this. We'll nuke you. God, Delthea is fucking stupid. And then we'll move you here with the Iron Axe. And I guess we move Lyn, like, here so we can start heading towards Hard 5 Gazak. And where's La Rachel? La Rachel goes here, heals up Marita. I'm gonna head out. Good luck with the rest of the chapter. Thanks for hanging out. God damn. Est growths in action, Lamau. Right, that's the Killer Edge guy. I mean, Lester lived a crit, but still, that's stupid scary. That guy is terrifying. Yeah, get wrecked. Get wrecked by Lester. Lester will destroy you. Okay, so we go here, so we can keep draining the ballista. Lester can go here. We heal with Jean. We heal with La Rachel. Good thing the FE4 units are really fat. Yeah, that massive HP growth comes in handy now. I guess the rest of y'all just like... That and the fact that he's Lewin Lester, so he has 8.5 million speed. Just, it comes in clutch. So he didn't get doubled by the Merc. So now here comes Hard 5 Gazak. He's gonna go talk to Lyn. I think actually we want to escort Lolina over this way. Rather than... Because last time I think we escort Lolina so we can recruit Donald, right? You... Okay, Arden, move over here so you're out of the Nomad range. I do think Lester enemy phasing the Shaman is probably the way to go. So then Marita and La Rachel go over this way for pirate action. You go here with the iron bow. And y'all just wait, I guess. Gazak. Do we have someone we can give? Yeah. Just so that if Gazak dies, nothing of value is lost. He can still, like, do rescue dropping or whatever, but I don't want to lose the Brave Axe. Unironic, best thing about FE4 is the inflated HP. I love it when HP is really big. It appeals to my aesthetic sensibilities. I actually really don't like the FE4 HP being as inflated as it is, because to me, it makes the combat just drag out way too long. But to each their own, right? And I think that, you know, I'm happy that you enjoy it, because you know, different things for different peoples. Let's move you over here for Donald Gaming. Lapis as an FE6 unit. If you want to see Lapis in FE6, I actually know where you can get that. Wait, I'll post it in chat. Lapis in FE6. Search. Okay, if I post this with Verizon, you can save big. That, if any, because we did have someone ask earlier, Lapis question mark? That is Lapis question mark. That is where we get the Bapis. I like how these guys are just named Robber. They're just robbers. I don't want to drop Delthea off yet. I also don't want to get the village until we recruit Donald, because I think Donald, like, going over this way. But if I drop Delthea, it'll, like, lure these guys in a weird way. So what if we just, like, do this, right? Let Donald sort of separate himself from everyone else. Some obscure YouTuber named Drink Your Reds made a Lapis video. Thieves, burglars, robbers. Marita just popping the fuck off. Marita does not need scrolls to go wild like this. Just go ham wild like this. Sean the sheep is eating your carpet. What does this mean? Chat, what does this mean? I'm losing my mind. All right, Leonardo, time to get your lasagna. See, Arden, I feel like Arden, like, feeding Arden experience is not a great idea, because the Nightcrest situation, right? Like, he's always gonna be a little bit, how long is this dude sticking around? But he's a sometimes treat, right? There's some maps where, because like next map is very movement intensive, and Armor Knight just is not good there. Even if we promoted him, he just wouldn't be worth it. There's a lot of the mid game where the sometimes treat of Arden becomes just not worthwhile. Leonardo Gaming. I wish they had a support. I wish they had their support. That would be epic. She really doesn't want to level magic. What are Jean's growths? Because she really doesn't want to level magic, it would seem. Do PRFs exist? So far, Marth and Lynn have been the only two units to have PRFs. So there's hope for the Lunasa, which would be wild because he's already so fast, right? And then, so Lewin started with an air caliber to represent the Forsetti that gets passed down to him, which fucking peak comedy. And we have the Manicotti and the Solcotti for Lynn. And then Marth, who is our thief, has a rapier that only he can use. Jean has a 20% magic growth. I thought you said she was a good unit! Commander Chady, you lied to me. FE4 substitute growth, 10 to 15. Merida, I think the Merida blade would probably be, like, way too good, right? I also think that, again, because we're working in the FE6 engine, there's a limit to how many PRFs can be done. Although I say that, but Project Ember had an absurdly high number of PRFs, right? We are Leonardan. Oh, we're not Leonardan Gaming. Alright, Donald. We'll let Donald come a little bit closer. Come a little bit, come a little bit, come a little bit closer now. Pirate's going in a weird direction. Ogier PRFs. Wait, does Ogier get a PRF in Ember? That's silly. What is he? It's been so long since I played Ember. I remember the wing spear. I remember the wing spear that all the pegs can use. And Lowen gets a PRF, right? It's like the Olden Lance. Or no, Marcus gets it. Oh no, depending on the route split. Either Marcus or Zealot gets a different PRF, right? Ember was the hack of all time. I feel like I need to replay Ember at some point. I remember liking it when I played it, but I also, like, I played it before playing any ROM hack that wasn't TLP, so my standards were pretty low. Alright, so Donny Boy, I hear the bells are calling. The bells of Balin are calling. Donny Boy. They're calling your name. Do we just sacrifice Kazak? What's his fucking speed? How did he get doubled? Oh, the Brave Axe is really heavy. What's his con? It's only 10. So he was actually at 4. Okay, well yeah, that's how he got doubled by the fucking hand axe guy. Okay, it all makes sense now. All right, you go here. We're not using you, so like, you can at least meet shield, right? I don't think he dies to that, but if he does, not a huge loss. Sad to say. Just because, like, the Hero Crest situation is already... the Hero Crest situation is already crazy. It sounds like I'm canceling all these things. I actually used Geese as a filler unit on Ember. He was underwhelming, especially because I already used Gonzalez and he was a unit. I half expected him to get doubled again. Right there. I like... This is how Ember and Four Kings spam PRFs. So in Four Kings, I wouldn't call it PRF spam because it's a gimmick hack, right? And the gimmick is everyone has a PRF. And I think that, like, if you're leaning into the gimmick, right? I think that is a interesting design space to work with. The reason that I find Ember's, like, PRF spam to be a little bit weird is it's not treating it like it's a gimmick. It's trying to sort of like, I don't know, it feels off to me to have that many PRFs when they are not, when that's not like the premise of the hack. Whereas in Four Kings, it being the premise does sort of get me, excuse me, what are you doing? I'm an enemy. I know, but there's such a look of sorrow in your eyes. There's a village near the mountain, you know. Yes, I know it. Tell people to escape. I have order. Destroy village. I don't. The villagers are innocent. No, in order, I must. Sounds like you should leave the person who gave you that order. Leave? Yes, you can fight with us. We're protecting the villagers. No, I'm monster. People mean to me. People throw stones. People say, go away, you are a monster. Not human. That's horrible. Of course you're human. You're a very kind-hearted man, I can tell. Please come with us and don't be afraid. Me afraid? I never afraid. Everyone afraid of me. I'm not afraid. You are afraid. You're afraid that people throw stones and call you a monster. But you don't have to be afraid of us. Everyone in our army is nice. They won't even do that to you. Be brave. Take this first step and you'll never have to be afraid again. Even has C rank. Me monster. Wait, what's his skill stat? Oh no. Oh no, he is Gonzalez. I forgot to get him an Iron Axe too. We gotta get him an Iron Axe. I think what we do is we gotta get him an Iron Axe, but we train him against these axe guys, right? And so we put Bo Gonzalez, or Bo Caspar here, so we can train up Donny Boy. Is this Donald? The portraits, after playing the FE8 engine, so much the portraits not blinking are uncanny. Look at Marita! That's Donald. I'm excited to see my boy Gonzalez go stinky. The Merc is a non-starter, but if I can get an axe to Donald, he might be able to fight these fighters to train up, right? If I get him an Iron Axe instead of a fucking Devil Axe. Or like train on the pirate reinforcements. There's shaman reinforcements too, right? Like Marita's training on the pirates. Peak child. The Merc is kind of a non-starter for Donald, so I think we have Delthea nuke the Merc and Claire go get an axe for Donald from Caspar. Because, like, Donald's never killing this thing, right? So I think what we do is Lester Lewin goes here. Jean, heal up Caspar. Then Caspar can go down here. Can Donald can't get an axe unless we grab the Iron Axe here, we go here. Then Donald can grab the Iron Axe. Then we put Arden here. And Marita kills this pirate. Donald has decent skill and high luck. It's just the Devil Axe is bad. I mean, his base skill seems pretty bad. 9. Although, I say that, but, like, it's more just axes suck, right? Like, well, some of my units tend to have, like, better skill than that. Yeah. You're gonna need... I feel like you're gonna need more skill than 9 if you're an axe user, right? So I hope his growth is good. What are Donald's growths as a fighter? Does anyone have them, like, readily available? You need to, like, echidna tier skill for good hit rates with the killer and iron. Yeah. Although the warriors at least get to use bows upon promotion, which is, like, I think gonna be Donald's savior. 90% strength! 80% skill, 80% speed. Okay, so we're Donalding out. I'm mentally recovering from having a major crash out over Lynn doing Lynn things. Yo, look at that. My boy, my farm boy. My farm boy right there. I also think he's gonna be Lilina's, or Delthea's support partner. I think he's gonna be Delthea's support partner. Plus 2 HP is a possibility because he's got 115 HP growth. We'll do that. So you're being weird now. They're going in like a weird direction. They're heading south for some reason. I love the disarmed pirate sprite. It's very funny. He's just like, whoa! I think this is a good training map, because next map is like one of the harder maps in... I think next map is a pretty hard map. It's the one where we get Echidna, we get our dancer, we'll finally get to see who the dancer is. I think chat suggested that it's gonna be like Dancer Ferdinand or something, which I think would be a very funny option. The A support of Gonzalez and Lilina breaks my heart. He deserved better. Oh no, what happens in it? I'll read their supports out loud, because I really like Gonzalez. I think he's a cute character. Let me get the Sword Reaver. You wait there. Okay, you're going up this way now. So we'll let Marita go here. Get a little bit of Marita training. But given the like large number of fighter reinforcements and pirate reinforcements on this map, I think this is like the last stop for training people. Alright, how does Donald do against those fighters? Their hit rate against him is pretty bad. I'll keep him in the forest so they have even worse hit against him. All right, first level up. Let's see what we get. Strength and luck. I need that skill level though. I need that skill level though. Okay, we'll put you here. Heal you up. Chapter 11A is where you can't really dawdle around to train units. Yeah, I mean, I also think just, especially if you want to get all of the side objectives, it can be pretty tricky to do that. Was this guy just, like, trying to use his hammer? I think he just really wanted to use his hammer. I do wonder what Kazak's growths would be. Probably like 0, if I had to guess, but I don't know. I do not know, Sam I am. God damn, she's so good. Look at this goddamn unit. Capped skill and speed, 14 strength, like ridiculousness, right? Okay. Okay, they're going hand axe at Donald. Alright, I think what we do is Caspar goes up here. Donald, Iron Axe is the one he can double. And then Lena goes in the other bushes. This is the Donald training arc now. Let's heal up Caspar. Here's Marita's growth. 60% strength, 15% magic, 75% skill, 80%. Yeah, they're really good. The downside, like, no bulk, obviously, but, you know, it's just sort of the Myrmidon moment, right? Ooh. Lasagna time. We're rooting for defense growths for Marita. They would be nice. It would be nice. It would definitely be nice. Ooh. Yeah, that was a very scary, like, oh, does this guy leave the ballista moment? But thankfully he died. So we don't have to find out the answer to that question. Hopefully. So yeah, now Donald, I mean, he's just doing the Marita thing, right? Where he just dodge tanks. I think he would leave the ballista. I think so too, but I don't know. Leonard in gaming. Alright, Donald. You can do this. Alright, so Lester chips him down. And then Leonardo can kill. He's getting his lasagna. He's getting his lasagna, y'all. He's getting his lasagna. I don't know what that means. Although, speaking of lasagna... Wait, y'all, okay. On the topic of lasagna... Did y'all know... Canonically, it is implied... There is a strong possibility that Garfield did 9/11? I'm not making this up. I'm not making this up. I will throw it up on screen. I will throw it up on screen. But this controversial strip was published on 9/11. He what? Could you hold on a minute? I have another call coming in. Thanks. He what? I've been a busy boy. And this was published on 9/11, 2001. So canonically, it's implied Garfield was a very busy boy. Was the louder shout for the towers of the Pentagon? I don't know. I don't know. Can't wait to see how good lasagna is once he promotes. I can't wait till Donald can use bows. We're gonna have so many bow users. I know chat asked, like, oh, is Marita getting the hero crest? But, like, I think Donald might just be a better user of it, right? He gets bows. He has incredible growths. It's debatable. It is debatable. It is debatable. But, like, Warrior's a very good class. It's just that, like, in FE6, the two fighters you get are not great. But Warrior itself is a very good class. Mostly because it's got high strength and bows, right? On those grounds alone. Warriors kind of slept on, but Swordmaster Marita, though. I mean, so the third hero crest, that's the secret shop for chapter 16, right? So it would be a long ass wait. The next hero crest comes next chapter. But then we have a long time before the third hero crest. Which I believe is in chapter 16. It might be in a chest. I know there's also the secret shop available. More levels for Donald to be busted. The thing is, we're power leveling him right now, right? I would really like Donald to have bows for the Twin Bridges map, where there's scary wyverns, right? So I think that's sort of the big thing for me, is like, bows on Donald would be very useful. Like, at that point, right? That makes sense, actually. And not just the Twin Bridges map. There's scary wyverns in Arcadia, there's scary wyverns in the Water Temple, and there's scary wyverns in chapter 15. So like getting we're already using Leonardo and Lewin and Caspar, but getting another strong bow unit I think would be very useful for dealing with the scary wyvern squads. Donald is a better unit than Marita. Yeah, so like the big thing about Swordmaster, right, is it's good because it's got high accuracy. But like, we have a capped skill Leonardo. We have Delphia. We have other sources of very accurate units, right? So, I don't think... And, like, also, Donald has already capped his strength. So there's a limit to how much leveling him, like, to 2020 or whatever is actually going to be beneficial. And don't forget, once we promote our troubadours, they'll also be very accurate anima users. Lynn has the Soul Kadi. Well... yeah, but Lynn also has these stats. So there's, you know, that limitation. There's shaman reinforcements that show up soon, right? I believe there's shaman reinforcements on this map. FE6, chapter 10A. So, brigands... pirates, fighters, no shaman. I don't know why I had it in my brain that there were shaman reinforcements. Yes, there are. Okay, so... I'm not the only one that thinks there's shaman reinforcements then. Limitation. Is WOD incorrect? It says... just turn 13 to 18 fighters. It doesn't say anything about shamans. Are they hard mode exclusive? Well, so WOD is showing hard mode reinforcements, I believe. But I do distinctly remember them coming from these forts. We do still have NordVPN to kill. We gotta kill NordVPN, and then we have the Nosferatu as well. Or, sorry, he's Ewan now. Okay, if I do this... we go here... just in case there's shaman reinforcements that I want to be a little bit cautious of, we'll do that. Leonardo... damn, Leonardo actually has a res stat. That's kind of incredible. Because, like, no one has res in this, in Fire Emblem 6. And it seems like the cast has, like, chosen to follow that same pattern with, like, no one having a functional res stat. So baiting the Nas guy is actually a little bit cringe and difficult. Sorry. Are the bosses randomized? So they were selected? They were selected because, they're bad units. So, like, they have Ewan, right? Because he's bad. Put you there. I will never forgive you. What am I being forgiven for? Or rather, not forgiven for? Oh, coughing? Alright, well, let's have LaRachel... I guess we'll have Delthea heal up Lester. God, FE6 staff rank is so tragically slow. This guy is such a pain in the dick. Look at this absolute nonsense I gotta deal with. Leonardo, get over here with your lasagnas. This might be a job for Marita, honestly. Because, like, accuracy moment, right? God, fucking FE6 bosses. Nosferatu Druid. On a throne. I see Ewan's been hitting the gym. That's what no FEH does to you. Take this as a sign to quit the gacha garbage. No more Fire Emblem Heroes! Okay, we get our lasagna. We could get lasagnaed here. Dodge tanking! Dodge tanking! We have... Okay, let's put Kane the Quiet Revolutionary and Lyn in support range. Fiona can block. And then we should be able to, like, fully lasagna pill this guy, right? With A-rank Lyn support? I think that's pretty lasagnaed. Yeah, look at that. Oh, no! Fuck! I was just thinking we got such good hit! Or dodge! But no! He spoiled our lasagna. Alright, if we dodge here, we kill. Nice job, Leonardo. Death? I feel my life draining away. Who is Gonzalez? Donald. Fighter Donald replaced Gonzalez. And he has some stupid stats. Something seems to be wrong with his sprite, though. Good job, Leonardon. You killed a child. Lord Roy. Hey, the Wormslayer. Disappointed it isn't Marty. Marty would have been a good one. But now we get to find out who our dancer is. Roy can hardly believe Laram's account. He quickly passes letters to Cecilia to tell her of the actions. At this point, Roy moves towards... That's fucking Oliver. Okay. I hate that fucking Oliver has become the meme. A meme in the Fire Emblem community. It's so upsetting. Okay, well, we don't bring Arden out, obviously. I think we just trade Donald for Arden. I can see Aaron, a case for Aaron. Okay, so who do we need? We need Jean, because we need Jean for certain, because Jean is Clarine. And we need Claire. Let's grab an Iron Bow for whoever Klein is. We have Kane the Quiet Revolutionary. We might be able to sit Delphia out for a turn? I want to deploy both Leonardo and Lewin Lester because we get an Orion's Bolt on this map in one of these villages. Okay, we put you here. I think we bench Marita in favor of Aaron just for the movement. This is a very, very move-intensive map. And so I think having another 8-move unit, especially since Marita is, like, now in the Arden position of, I'm not gonna get your promotion item for a while, so we need to be careful about, you know, you don't, or not even careful, just you don't need experience as badly as others, right? Do we have anything to sell? Yes, we have lockpicks to sell. Okay, let's give, because there's shops here. Let's give Caspar and yeah, so you can sell these lockpicks. Okay. Calyrex could be a Great Knight Paladin, because it's slow enough to be a Great Knight with high movement. Alright, I think we've got a plan. Alright. Get your last guesses in, folks. Who do we think is going to be Laurum? Also, like the stream if you're liking things. It helps people find it. Hey, Farina. Dubai Farina. That was Milady. The Resistance hideout is in this village. Lord Roy, Castle's troops are attacking. Roy, we fight! What? 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 I'm so confused. Is just trans elfin? All right. So now I'll show you my strat. First off, let's give Caspar bow, rescue. What the fuck? I like Elfin's palette on Laurum. That's pretty cool. So that's that strat. And now we got the fighter down here. Let's put Donald here. You go there. You... The reason I like dropping people over the wall... I like dropping people over the wall because, it means that getting those top villages, it makes getting those top couple of houses a lot easier, which can be very difficult to do in a timely manner. Hello, Glenn. Hello, Farina. Alright, who do we think Klein is going to be? I'm thinking Wolt. I mean, so because of Donald and La Rachel, anything is possible. But if we're guessing just within the scope of classes, Radiant Dawn Wolt is a sniper who kind of sucks. Normally, I do this strategy, I'll use like Su and Shin or something. It depends on who I've trained up, but I usually drop a couple of people over the wall. I think it's quite good. Okay, we'll use the axe here. Asalio, Will, Rebecca, FE9, Shannon. Oh, Shannon's a good pick. The thing is, they're pre-promoted, right? So... I mean, again, anything is possible, but pre-promotes, I tend to think, like, it wouldn't be, you know, Will or Rebecca. Also, Virion is not a bad unit. Get that idea out of your head. Okay, Kane the Quiet Revolutionary can go, like, here, Jav. Insomnia prevents my rest, but enables Fire Emblem content enjoyer. Well, I'm glad to have you here, although I'm sorry to hear that you've been having insomnia. It is actually really cute, his palette on her. I imagine then that the other way around is... I imagine that going the other route is the other way around, right? It would be Laurum's palette on a bard. We've been surprised before. I mean, I think the biggest what the fuck moment was La Rachel, right? Oh, I forgot to, whoops. Donald, what's you're close to Brave Axe rank, actually, though. You are close to Brave Axe rank. We get our lasagnas now. And then Aaron can go down this way. Jean is our Clarine. What turn do the reinforcements show up? Let me pull up this, because this is I need to have, like, everything in mind for this map, right? Nice job, Kane the Quiet Revolutionary. Turn 5 is Klein and the Archers, okay. And then we get the Brigands starting in turn 6. God, Donald, you're going wild, Donald. You're going wild, Donald. And Tate is turn 7. Okay, we'll move you over here. I think we dance for Donald. Cyril is kind of like a wyvern canonically. I don't think Cyril really has... I guess if we want to go off of his enemy classes, then yes, wyvern would be his canonical class as an enemy. Okay, you do this. Maybe Cyril would be Zeus. I can see it, but Cyril is, again, it's another one of those, like, this is not really a bad unit. Although, like, I guess under the same logic of Merida, right? If you think Merida's bad... You know, that's also a growth unit. Or, in quotes, a growth unit. Secretly, he's actually a bases unit, right? Is the funny part. Okay, if you... Oof. If you go here, you can... Bonkada bonkada. Cyril's cannon class is silly little guy. He is a little bit silly. He does get a little bit silly with it. Okay. Lynn can go here safely. We'll move our lasagna down. You can go here. Fire. Aaron can go down here. I also want to start getting these houses. Alright, so now you... I think what we do is you go here with the Iron Axe. Oh, I forgot to give him a higher durability one. That's unfortunate. We are by the shops, so, like, we can sort of loop around and try to get it that way. I believe it's considered to be good because of a combat art. Not spectacular, but definitely not at the bottom of Three Houses characters. I would say he's not even not spectacular. I think Cyril is an incredibly strong unit who's often really overlooked because he signals as being a growths unit, right? But his bases combined with point-blank volley are enough to kill every single enemy on Maddening mode with a Forged Steel Bow and a meal. He can one-round every single enemy on Chapter 5 Maddening mode, which is one of the, like, bigger difficulty spikes of the game. And Cyril just, like, gets delivered to you at base, able to trivialize a portion of it, right? Which is what I mean when I say, like, he's a bases guy, right? I love his supports with Isithia. And then later in the game, he does really good because of Vengeance, right? Like, he initially uses point-blank volley, but then you can use both of them, and they sort of synergize with each other, because Vengeance you want to be at really low HP for, and point-blank volley, since it's brave, you avoid eating a counter. Or you can avoid eating a counter, right? So you run into this situation where you have a couple of really broken tools at your disposal on the same unit, and his Boons and Banes situation lets him path into most physical classes incredibly easily. When I say not spectacular, I just mean he's not on the same level as Edelgard and Dimitri. Fair enough. Although, I do think that Dimitri is somewhat overrated. I don't know enough about the Three Houses meta. Don't get me wrong, Wrath Battalion and Vantage Battalion are like a really strong combination. Nice job, Fiona. We're on turn 4, so we're very ahead of schedule. I love Dimitri, he's my boy. But don't you know? Don't you know he kills and murders women? Not just kills them, he murders them. Baiting Three Houses discourse. Click like if you think that click like if Edelgard. Click like if Edelgard. Click subscribe if Dimitri. Click share if Claude. Claude gets to be the odd one out because the story forgot about him. I think one of these bottom houses has the Orion's Bolt, one of the ones below the wall. This guy's face is so funny! Look at his mustache! It's like red and shit. I think we give the Draco Shield to Donald. Either that or Caspar. His hair was purple. Damn. Colorblind mode activated, I guess. I'm bisexual, but I also don't like meritocratic imperialism. Yeah, that's the thing that, like, kind of gets to me about Edelgard, is I feel like Edelgard fans, push, because she's trying to overthrow the status quo, there's this sort of narrative that, like, Edelgard is trying to establish a communist, socialist utopia or something like that, right? But, as you say, like, it's still, it's not. It's meritocratic imperialism, right? Which, like, you know, in theory is probably better than a religious-based monarchy. Oh, Caspar! The Three Houses discourse killed him. Fascists also want to end the status quo. Please tell me you're not being fucking unironic with the goddamn Edelgard is a fascist because red. Alejandro, are you actually saying that this character is a fascist? I need to know. I need to know, is this just a poorly timed meme? Oh, do we not have a better... We don't have a higher durability axe for him. Okay, we can at least give the hand axe and take a 19 use one. I was saying that the both... Okay. The only reason I ask is because, like, the discourse around the story of Three Houses is so just absolutely tainted in people completely not understanding, like, basic politics, I guess. Okay, you can actually trade with Caspar 8 use for 17 use. Chat, are you serious or are you Jay? It's also, it is hard to tell, right? Like, in not only just text, but also, like, what's worse, Three Houses discourse or Tellius discussion? Well, I think, like, the thing is that Tellius discussion, people don't really talk about the issues with Tellius, right? It's just sort of presented as, like, well, Tellius is the anti-racist game. And that's just, like, taken as... It's just assumed that everyone's sort of on that page, right? And if you point out sort of the issues, with its portrayal of race, oftentimes the response is just like, well, you gotta remember, it was a kid's game back in the early 2000s, so judging it by modern standards is inappropriate. Which, like, that's one of my least favorite talking points, is the idea of, like, modern standards. Whenever talking about, like, a work of art or something that, and saying, like, hey, you know, there's actually some stuff that maybe we shouldn't be praising for it. Well, you shouldn't judge this thing that came out a while ago by modern standards, which... I think the two issues that I have with it is, one, people just assume that, like, a decade and a half ago was actually the 1850s, right? Which... it wasn't. Path of Radiance didn't come out that long ago, and, you know, I'm speaking more broadly because people will use these sort of modern standards talking point for things that are not as long ago as Path of Radiance as well. Just choppy you. But then there's also the idea of, like, if we're talking about things as a modern audience, if we're praising something as a modern audience, I think looking at it from the perspective of how we want to take that messaging into the modern world is a, like, perfectly valid way to discuss things, right? But with Path of Radiance in particular, I think that there's an idea that, like, it was particularly progressive for its time. It was progressive for its time, not a defense, just a different context. I'm glad you said that, because I was actually just getting to that point. I think there's an idea that it's, like, it was progressive for the time that it came out. I was looking at... It's also, like, I object to the idea that Path of Radiance is a children's story. I think that is... kind of stretches credulity, in my opinion. I don't think it was meant for children. But, I was looking at children's media at the time. Do you want to know what came out before Path of Radiance? Avatar: The Last Airbender. Now, obviously, you know, like, it's one of the greatest pieces of children's media ever. So anything is going to look bad compared to it. But if we're saying that this is a super hyper progressive way of portraying mature themes in a way that children can relate to them, I think it's fair to weigh against something that tackles very mature themes, including ones around race, with, like, the Air Nation and the genocide of them and stuff, right? And say, like, well, this was aimed at kids, and it came out before Path of Radiance, so it's its contemporary. you know? But even still, right? Like the sort of the message, because the message of Path of Radiance is racism is bad, which is such a basic message that, like, most people don't need to be told that. Most people don't need to be told racism is bad. But the sort of we're not so different, you and I, we can get along stories, were in children's cartoons the entire time I was growing up. Like, I have a vivid memory of the Wild Thornberrys episode where there's the two groups of monkeys that hate each other. Long tails and short tails, and then it gets resolved by they're going to war and they convince them all to wear armor that hides their tails. And then they realize, like, oh, when we can't see each other's tails, we're not actually that different. Huh, maybe this racism thing isn't all it's cracked up to be. And so, like, those sorts of let's be nice to each other even though we've been taught for forever to be racist stories, they're nothing new even within children's media. Yeah, let's blast you. X-Men. Yeah, X-Men is another really good example. It has a lot of lows, but it also has a lot of highs, and has race allegory, and it began in the 60s. I heard someone say that Shannon being racist was actually good for the story. I think that honestly what should have happened, right? Regarding Shannon, I think the ideal thing would have been he's in your army to start out, and he's not re-recruitable after he leaves. I think that him not being re-recruitable would have done that small change would have done a lot to fight the issues that I have with Path of Radiance. Not all, you know, there's the inherent stuff with, like, animal racism always carries the issues that animal racism always carries, right? But I think that the biggest thing that just sort of kills the idea of Path of Radiance being a, you know, quote-unquote progressive or whatever, story about race is the idea that, like, we need to be willing to work with racists in order to solve racism, right? Especially Shannon being part of the Grail Mercs in Radiant Dawn. I can at least understand the idea of, like, well, it's desperate times in Path of Radiance, so Ike has to be willing to accept what allies he can get. You know, it's similar to Thracia. And I do like that Thracia has Leaf work with some despicable people because he has to be willing to settle for what allies he can get, right? So, like, I can see that. Basically, Shannon being recruitable fucks a lot. Shannon should have been an Orson archetype. Yeah, because it undercuts the idea of Ike starts out with these bigotries ingrained into him. But as the story goes on, he overcomes them. He learns that these things that he just sort of assumed for a default are not good. And then when it comes back around, maybe he, like, spares Shannon, but doesn't want to work with him or something like that. Even that, like, let's shoot you. Let's have Lester go to the vendor. Let's sell the lockpick. Buy a vulnerary. And you go there. Caspar, trade for the vulnerary. Let's equip the hand axe and vulnerary up. We can Iron Axe you. We don't need Shannon for any purpose. Jill already does whatever plot he was gonna serve. Yeah, I actually really like the one thing that I do really like, and, you know, take all of this with, bear in mind that I am a cracker, so any sort of praise that I have for the way that specific race things are handled comes with the caveat that, like, I am not myself a victim of racism, and if, you know, Black, Brown, East Asian, etc. people have issues with these portrayals, that I do not, they should be listened to, right? It's not my place to say this is the ultimate best ever portrayal of racism. But I like the way that Jill is handled, especially in regards to her Leth support and how at one point she's realized that everything she's been taught is a lie, and she's sort of having the understandable freak out around that, and like, you know, how could all this be the case, right? And Leth does not let Jill just sort of make it all about her. Instead it's like, yeah, you're just realizing this. I've had to live in this world this whole time, right? So, like, what... like, how do you think it is for me to have to... Yeah, so I like that aspect. I like, the way that it shows the susceptibility to propaganda that oftentimes is the primary cause of racism. I feel like animal allegories for racism never work because all kinds of groups can be represented with both predators and prey, but it can be confusing with messages. Yeah, I mean, I also think that, like, making the biological differences, like, be a completely different species undercuts, the idea of, like, it can often unintentionally make bigotries justified, right? So, like, one of the big, I guess, spoilers for Radiant Dawn, right? One of the big, like, things in Tellius, big piece of world building, is the idea of the branded, which are essentially, biracial. They have a Bjork parent and a Laguz parent. And there's this idea that's, like, perpetuated throughout the ages that both the Bjork and the Laguz believe branded are hated by the goddess, right? And how, and that is what, like, discourages interracial breeding, is they think that religiously they've been propagandized, because it turns out to be false. But they've been lied to into believing that the goddess thinks that the branded are, like, especially cursed, right? And the big reveal at the end is, like, no, the goddess doesn't hate them at all. Isn't it so silly how humans, don't cancel me for using the H slur, because it's a fucking, human is a slur in Tellius. But isn't it so silly how, like, all these people have thought that the whole time, and it's just not the case. But I feel like this is undercut by the fact that what has been established up until this time is when Laguz and Bjork when they breed, right? The Lagoo's parent loses their ability to shift and becomes functionally disabled. And so while speaking to the god is like, yeah, I'm not, I don't think there's anything wrong with interracial breeding. There is a concrete negative thing that happens in the world from interracial breeding. If you participate in interracial breeding and you're a Lagoo's, congratulations, you're disabled for life. There's no cure to it. So like that undercuts the intended message of like, actually there's nothing wrong with mixing races. Okay, it's archers and snipers. So Klein is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2. And then you're here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2. So we put Jean here. But yeah, it undercuts it because sure, God says there's nothing wrong with it, but there is a concrete downside you can point to. And I think that is the thing that ends up happening in a lot of animal racism. Because you get situations like, you know, the sheep actually do have a reason to be afraid of the tigers, as it turns out. Because the tigers will fucking kill them. I mean, you even run into that exact, like, animal problem. That's not a sniper. That's not a sniper. So that's gonna be Ada. That's Sonia, right? That's Sonia from Dean and Sonia. But you even run into that situation with the Lagoo's. The Lagoo's are like biologically forced to fight. By like it's in their nature, right? That's a thing that happens with Skrymir. I don't remember the specifics of it. I need to rewatch that series of cutscenes. But isn't there like a reveal that like they can't actually retreat or whatever because they are ontologically forced to continue fighting or something? This is so cursed. Are we gonna get a guiding ring then, instead of an Orion's bolt? We have another Air Caliber. We have another white gem. Glad that Dean is nowhere near. Oh! I know why! Okay, why is Ada Tate and Milady Sonia? Because they both are associated with Dean. Sonia and Dean, and Ada and Dean. So they wanted them in the same chapter. Okay. No, I like that. That's smart. That's cool. And you go here, you equip the iron bow, you vulnerary up. In animal racism, they kind of ignore the idea of multiple races as well. I'm half Turkish, a fourth Korean, and a fourth Irish. What animal abomination would I be? That is one thing that, like, Tellius does at least attempt to give us a whole mixed race thing, but it comes with its own set of baggage that we just broke down. What are your stats even like? That's very good. Those are some quite good stats. I don't know if we'll be using you, but what's your staff rank? D. I mean, maybe we drop... Maybe at this point we drop Jean, right? I don't know. Echidna's gonna show up soon. We have Aaron visit this house. The Dean Sisters, Supernatural Rule 63. No way. So we visit this house. We get an Axe Reaver. I think we send the Axe Reaver, and then we go up here, and I think it's time for Leonardo to get his lasagna. Jean actually has a staff rank, right? Which... is, you know, I guess the argument for keeping her on the team. Sonya having D-rank stabs. Oh, this is complicating things. This is complicating things. Leonardo, grab your lasagna. Don't use the Echidna unit in the arena or it glitches out. Okay, good to know, good to know. Jean is your only viable option for warp. She needs to farm to be in promote. I mean, is it worth it though? She'll warp like 4 tiles. It's 5 plus magic divided by 2, right? So she'll warp 8 tiles. That... I mean, that can be useful, but it just doesn't feel, super great. We are making very good time on this, by the way. You don't start with a healing staff. Interesting. I'm supposed to give this staff to Orlo. He buys things with the money he takes from us. I'll give it to you instead. End his rule. Is sleep staff their vanilla? Because that's a very early sleep. Can we ransack the village? No, Caspar is just the gift that keeps on giving. I like that Bucks is every brigand. It's pretty funny. Bandits are approaching. So we do need to kill all these bandits, but Kane the Quiet Revolutionary, like, we're good. Because they would prefer to attack us over sacking villages. Sleep is in this map in vanilla. Damn. I guess I just forgot. It's very early. It's very early for sleep. I need to start moving Tate, or sorry, Claire north in order to get Ada. To be fair, you won't have sleep rank at this time. Yeah. Alright, Donnie boy. The bells they are a-bringin'. The shaman is getting closer. Okay, I think I know what we do. So first off, you go up here. Oh, see, the problem is... What turn does Echidna show up? Echidna shows up... Turn 8. Okay. You go here. Ring-a-ding-ding. Dance for you. Compared to Thracia, sleep is only 1 chapter earlier. Damn! Okay, so then you go here. Oh, fuck, wait! Oh, shit, fucker. Oh. I forgot about Archer. I guess let's see what happens. Just dodge Lamau. I mean, maybe they'll hate Lester enough to attack him instead. Well, there goes my fucking Elysian Whip. Archers have terrible accuracy. I feel like I should have... I feel like I handled this map poorly. I doubt the Archer one-shots. I mean, you would lose that bet. You would lose that bet. We lost the Elysian Whip. I guess that means we don't need to care about keeping Tate's people alive, though. Just make sure Tate doesn't die, right? Or Ada, I guess. Ada is not worth training. Yeah, I've played Thracia. I know. I know. But I still wanted the whip, right? Losing the whip sucks, but at least you don't need to restart. Yeah, that's sort of where my head is at. I still want to recruit Tate, because, like, another or Ada, because, like, another flyer, you know? But... Okay, so Echidna spawns next turn, and so do a fucknut ton of flyers, fighters. Oh god, oh no, oh... I do want the fucking Orion's Bolt really badly. So we gotta rescue these fucking green units. We'll get the hero crest. When is the next Elysian Whip? When is the Elysian Whip that would be going to, when is the Elysian Whip that would be going to, Milady? Or the Milady equivalent? The mages will actually attack, unlike vanilla green archers. Can we get an F in the chat for Claire? Why? Claire's gonna die again? Why? What's going on with Claire? Why do we think Claire's dead? You didn't block off the archer? I didn't? I thought I boxed him in. Are you messing with me? Oh, shit! I thought I had him sandwiched! So Echidna is Carla. Okay, at least she gets a free fade. Okay, that's different from vanilla. That's different from vanilla. We are resetting. But now we know. That's different from vanilla. Get pwned. I did get pwned. I did get pwned. But now we can get the Elysian Whip, right? Stats? I'll have to leave you in suspense for that one. Okay, we'll do this. I think we're in a pretty good... I think our team is, like, pretty fucking baller. Resetting the whole map. Yeah, I mean, like... I got Claire killed. Like, that was the big oopsie, right? But we can handle it better. Like, now we have the chance to save the Elysian Whip. Did I ever tell you the definition of insanity? I find it impossible to read that not in, the Far Cry villain voice. I don't think I ever got Carla in FE7. She's an Easter egg. Yeah, she's an Easter egg. And she's pretty bad. I think she's a unit who a lot of people overstate the badness of simply because she's, like, a very rare recruit. Don't get me wrong, like, she's a sword master in Fire Emblem 7. that in and of itself is enough to make you a bad unit, right? But I think a lot of people like act like, or not act like, I think a lot of people think she has like no stats whatsoever simply because, again, like who fucking recruits this unit, right? But she does actually have like okay, like emphasis on okay. She has okay stats. Which is more than you would expect. Lasagna mode. You go here. Is that Calyrex jockey? Yeah, that is a chicken rider or chicken jockey ice rider. We're doing things slightly differently, not the exact same thing over and over again. I mean, part of the plan has not changed. I can't wait for Claire Death to go on the second channel. Are people dictating and predicting Ice Riders now? Oh, Claire Death would be a good Ice Rider video though, wouldn't it? That would actually be a good one. Maybe I should stop the recording so I can more easily find it. I'm probably gonna put the Tellius discussion on Ice Rider, because I feel like that would be a good one. That feels like the sort of... Sometimes I start talking about stuff and I realize halfway through I'm like, this feels like this would be a good Ice Rider clip. You talk a lot about Tellius racism, but what do you think about the racism to Sakai? I don't actually know enough about it. I haven't dug into the supports enough. I have heard that it is well done, though. And, you know, that... if true, that is good. If true, good. When is our next Dodge training stream? I'm gonna put the Merida training arc on Ice Rider. Like, that's definitely going up. Yo, okay. We can get a kill for Lyn. Fucking struggling to find Lyn. It helps that the racists and villains are all villains and Lycian nobles. The Donald one as well. Well, we didn't have Crab Rape going, right? Is it really an Ice Rider training arc if there's no Crab Rave? The ease with which that Donald training arc happened, though, has, like, continued to solidify my, fear overrated take. 'Cause, like, it's just not that hard to train up other projects in the Western Isles, right? Look at all these high move. Look at all these high move units. We are blasting our way through this fucking map. I like Fiem's class as Nimrod. The post-game makes some jokes about that. Because the post-game of Hag is very, like, tongue-in-cheek meta joke stuff. And so it makes jokes about, like, because Nimrod, the term Nimrod, it does originate from, like, some Greek mythology stuff. But then it has, like, okay, Caspar, can you stop getting hit by 27s? Jesus Christ? I don't have a physic user yet. I think the best we can do is put Lester here, and then put Caspar here with a bow. Grab the Vulnerary, and Vulnerary up, and just, like, hope that... Oh god, wait. Oh, no, giving him the bow was a bad idea. Well, no, only one reaches him no matter what. It's just the hand axe guy. He just needs to not get unlucky again. Is all we need. Nimrod is from Christian mythology. Oh, is it? It's an esteemed warrior from the Old Testament. Oh, I thought it was Greek. Okay, that was my mistake. We have some lasagna for Leonardo. Okay, we can do this. What is Ice Rider? So that is the name of my second Yo. Donald, I'm very disappointed in you, my boy. The modern usage of Nimrod is purely because of a thing Bugs Bunny said one time. The influence Bugs Bunny has had on our culture is unreal. What is this? This is Fire Embad. It is Fire Emblem 6, but what if the entire cast was replaced by bad units? in some cases, bad units. Yeah, sometimes the bad has a quotation marks with it. How much of the cast is still from FE6? Everyone has been replaced. Although it looks like Larum got replaced with Elfin and vice versa. Oh, come on, Lester. They promised no FE7 units. What is Larum doing here? I don't know. But let's get the Axe Reaver. And then deliver Leonardo his lasagna. Donald, can you... Nice. Who is Echidna replaced with? Carla. One, two, three, four, five. Are you a hand axe or a steel axe? So then, yeah, if Lester goes here, he can steel bow this way. Come on, Lester! Don't be such a loser. I think what we do is we status turn 5. So this is where Klein shows up, right? Or is it turn 6? Let me pull up the Klein. Okay. So we know it's mages, right? You go here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. So then you can go here. You rescue up. Leonardo, grab the lasagna. Is Lester just programmed to miss half the shots he takes just like in FE4? He's a little bit goofus pilled. He's definitely a little bit of a goofus. I think what we do is we dance for Claire now. We move Claire directly behind Caspar. That is a cracked Leonardo. I didn't see his promo gains before. Yeah, the FE6 promotion gains are kind of a little bit stupid. Dancers are inherently clacked, but if they wanted to go for a worse dancers, they could have gone with Tethys. They could have. I do think that Tethys being one of the worst dancers was not... I mean, not to pat myself on the back, but the dancer video that I put out... about, like, what, a month ago? A month and a half ago? Something like that? When did I put out the dancer video? Lords was in Lords was in December. Dancer was like, what, March? Something like that? I do think that that influenced the popular discourse on Tethys. There were definitely people who, like me, thought Tethys was the bottom dancer before. Do you think Leonardo can promote twice? I feel like that would be a lot of... I feel like the programming for that would be a lot. So probably not. We can see who's Elfin's replacement after this cutscene. Yeah. Dancer was late February. Okay. And then Aaron Sampson was just a couple of days ago. Caspar was in range of far more units than I thought he was, but he's actually dodging for once now. Okay, Caspar gamed. Caspar gamed. It's not her fault, but someone has to be the worst. Yeah, I mean, I still put her in S tier and Erica. She's probably also S tier and Ephraim. I think Ephraim Route Tethys is probably the only dancer I can see maybe not being S tier. But that's like, again, maybe. You know? Maybe. So let's grab you. You go up this way. I think we steelbow you. I think we use the dance to rescue drop ahead this turn. Good job, Claire. Okay. Claire bonks that guy. Iron Axe you. Caspar. Ironbow you. We're in kind of sketch territory, not gonna lie. Put Donald here, move Fiona forward. Delthea, La Rachel, Lynn. So there's y'all. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. She dodged one. That's all we needed. Okay, so you go here. And the fighters are we know the fighters are not an ambush spawn. So, we're safe. Is Donald's portrait just a recolored Joshua? Oh yeah, it is, isn't it? Alright, Caspar, can you kill the shaman? Oh my god! That's bad. Okay, you have 24 attack. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. So Lester actually lives both fighters. So I think we put you over here. LaRachel heals up Claire. Is that Leonardo in the thumbnail? Yeah, so Leonardo is one of our MVPs right here. He lost his lasagna, though. He did lost his lasagna. So you're gonna go here with the steel sword. Kane the Quiet Revolutionary will visit this house. We get the sleep staff. We don't have a sleep staff user yet, so we just send it. Sonia, I'm gonna move Sonia up here. Let Fiona go to this house. Why is he so quiet? Because he's better than Alva. True! He's being quiet. He's keeping his secrets. I want to keep these mages from fucking suiciding. Leonardo showed us how good Wolt would be with real bases instead of just chip damage. Yeah, because, like, the only thing that changed is he actually has stats. And as it turns out, Archer is just fucking stupid when you have real stats. Lynn is famous for her rescue utility. Not doubling. Not doubling. Okay. So Caspar cannot kill either of these fighters. I want to make sure the fucking moron wyverns don't suicide again. Have you ever played Storage? So I played like the first 3 minutes of it. I was going to play it for the like one chapter hack series. I played the first 3 minutes of it. But then I got a fucking migraine unrelated to Storage. And so I just didn't, finish it because I wasn't gonna game with a migraine, right? And then I just didn't end up going back. You have 22 attack, so she's good. You don't get doubled, right? 10 speed, okay, yeah. Cool. So, trade Caspar the hand axe and get out of here. And then these guys are no longer ambush spawns. Grab the heal staff from Lester. Heal up Lester. Oh, Sonia's got a really cool palette. Is that the contract the Mercs hack? Yeah, it's a cool little gimmick hack. Rescue you. Play for you. The post-game reward achievements you can get are very fun. You can recruit Roy. Epic. We love Roy. We love Roy. $28 plus it was 13, right? That GIF makes me want to say Calyrex Ice Rider every time it's on screen. Should I get rid of it? I can get rid of it. It's been there for long enough. Ice Rider. Bum ba dum ba da da bum. Let's have Kane kill this guy. Thank God. Sorry, Freakout 90. Sorry, Freakout 90. Alright, let's move you. We know that they're not ambush spawns, so they're much easier to deal with than usual. Which, honestly, I think that's, like, the greatest change, because, fuck the fact that Echidna can sometimes just die. The curse has been lifted from Freakout. Yeah, say something, next time something like that happens, say something earlier. Also, that they're like weirdly staggered. They're like weirdly staggered. What's up with that? Oh, hold on a second. I just got a message. I gotta do something really quick. I gotta do something as my mod duties on Discord. Gotta give someone access to the NSFW channel. Okay, sorry about that. Well, we have Carla available right here. Those are some darn good stats. I mean, we got ourselves a Swordmaster now, right? So we just need to be careful not to let the Wyverns suicide, so we can recruit Ada, like, safely, right? Let's talk, like, here. Echidna! Alright, Lester. The 1%. Let's not risk it. Let's just have Carla do this. She seems hella broken. Check weapon ranks. Oh, does she have, like... That's gotta be a glitch, right? Or is she just a hero with a crit bonus? She's just a hero with a crit bonus now. Nice Swordmaster. Yeah, she's just a hero with a crit bonus now. Is that why she glitches the arena? Probably, yeah. Alright, I want you to not fucking javelin yourself to death. You're the farthest, so we'll go you there. And just, you know, don't kill yourself. You have so much to live for, Generic. We'll move all y'all forward. Move you forward. Oh, there's gonna be... Nomad spawns, aren't there? Okay. Or not nomad spawns, brigand spawns. So you go there. Bartray's a little bit like... Or, sorry, Caspar's a little bit like... Okay, let's go to the armory. We can get killer axes. That's fucking poggies. Oh, I think we need more iron bows too, actually. If you go here... I want to be able to drop these mages to escape as well, so, like, I don't have to keep having them rescued. Oh, is this... Oliver's gonna tell us that the Cavaliers are coming soon? Is that Ada? Can we... Actually, we can get Sonya up there, can't we? And that's the easier recruit. If we get Sonya, then they retreat. Yeah, okay, so we... I don't want to put you in range. Okay. You... drop... Because we want them to retreat. So if Sonya... We just need to put Sonya a little bit further up. So we put Sonya here. Jean goes to the village. We get a Speed Wings. I have to decide who we're giving these stat boosters to as well. I gotta figure that out. We'll dance for Sonya. Then Sonya... can recruit Ada. And now... we have this. Honestly, not terrible stats. Wait. Oh, hard mode bonuses, right? Yeah, these are hard mode bonuses on Ada. don't hate this. 11, 12, 11. These are pretty decent stats. I don't hate this at all. What's her con? Only 5, lol. That's point and laugh. Point and laugh. That's a point and laugh moment if I've ever seen it. Angelic robe. Alright, let's move Kane the Quiet Revolutionary here. With an iron sword. We have secured all of the houses. I think we want to give Caspar something. Because he's epic. These stats are so stupid. But only 7 Constitution and only 26 HP is really sad. What are Carla's growths? Does anyone have them offhand? Yeah, that's all the houses. So we got the Hero Crest too. Let's put Lester. Oh, Lester's just shy. 7 res. $12 speed, so she's not doubled. Oh, those are awful growths! Wowie zowie! Those are very bad growths. That's a wowie zowie if I've ever seen one. Alright, let's grab the white gem. And we can go sell that. And I believe it's Lester who still has a lockpick for me to sell? Yeah. So we can go sell those. Here comes the Cavs to chase us down. Late game shitty pre-promote on FE7. Yeah, I mean, that's why I say, like, she's still not good. But these are, like, better stats than you would expect on Carla, right? They're better than Echidna's growths. That's true. Yeah, so if La Rochelle hadn't permanently kicked, if La Rochelle hadn't permanently kicked Sakura off the team, I think Sonya does, right? Oh! There's a bug in here. It's flying around and freaking me out. These are very good offensive stats, though, right? Like, these are quite good offensive stats. And we sell, buy. Let's get some more Thunder Tomes, or Fire Tomes. Let's get a Thunder as well. And we wanted a couple of Iron Bows, right? The fucking killer axe is just... I forgot you got killer axes in this armory. Outside of 5% strength, 1 more point at base. The thing with Carla is bad class and joining late. She becomes good if you move her to a game where that class is good. Well, and also her join time has been, like, pretty drastically altered. Right? Like, there's that too, right? Killer Axe Carla sound... Oh, right! Because she can use axes with the crit bonus! I also said it. Yeah, I was agreeing with you. Sorry. It might have... Sorry if it sounded like I was disagreeing. I was agreeing with everything you said. Let's move Leonardo forward to kill. Are there brigands this turn? What fucking turns do brigands show up on this map? Ambush spawns, my beloved. 6 and 12 to 15. This is 11. Nothing on turn 11. The brigands show up 12 to 13. I'm here about my lasagna. Opposing me is equivalent to opposing the gods. I'm here about my lasagna, Oliver. A very sane and beautiful person. And our rescue bot Lynn, famous rescue bot Lynn. I guess we can use the brigands to... But, like, Carla doesn't need training, right? Her growths are awful. It's her bases that we're fielding her for. She's sort of fulfilling the role that Klein would. Of, like, just mid-game unit, right? Oh, God, the Cavaliers are going backwards because they want to fight the Green Wyverns. Give me my lasagna, Oliver! How does Edda do against, like, one Cavalier? Because we could just season leave this turn. I think we just season leave. Leonardo Gaming, it's lasagna time. I love when he had lasagna. I think we season leave, though. There's a young man here claiming to be with the Resistance. Yeah, it's Elfin. Are you General Roy? Fucking identity theft. Identity theft is not a joke, Jim. Alright, is this going to be an Orion's Bolt, or is this going to be a Guiding Ring? Because normally it's an Orion's Bolt. We had mages. Okay, it is Orion's Bolt. Captain! We'd like to return to Ilya. Lorenzo return. Alright, does anyone know who Bartray was? Because that's the unit we've missed. Ada is so cute. Her sprite is very funny. Deanless Dean's support bot. Oh, I forgot to distribute the stat boosters. Right. Bartray is FE6 Bartray. I thought that might be the case. That is a very cute idea. Killer Axe Carla. Alright, so we're giving Lewin Lester the Orion's Bolt, obviously. We have a couple of units who are, like, on the squad temporarily, right? Donald gets the Hero's Crest. And this will be a big Donald map, because there's a lot of archers to fight. I guess we're not training Ada. I mean, we might deploy her on some future maps, just because, you know, flyer. This also might be, like... Is Jeanne even worth it anymore? Like, you know, it's another Troubadour. Troubadours are always good. And she does have our highest staff rank. Like, no one else, you know, is even approaching. Yeah. The stat boosters, though. So, I kind of want to give Caspar some stat boosters. And Kane the Quiet Revolutionary. Like, both... These feel like the most, like, in desire of stat boosters on our team. Everyone else kind of fills their role without needing these stat boosters. This is the map we recruit Kath, right? So we don't need to recruit Marth. We don't need to bring Marth. Because we can recruit Kath this map. I think we go Dragon Shield, Caspar. Is anyone, like, I guess Donald could use the extra speed. He's got a good speed growth. But just, like, bolstering him over the edge, right? probably do that. Oh, right, we have the sleep staff. There's the stupid fucking sleep staff on this map. Lewin Lester, if he's gonna promote, he gets swords, so we give him an iron sword. Give you the 2-use. And an iron sword. We have an angelic robe too, don't we? Did we not get... I thought we got an angelic robe. Ada has the whip. She can hang on to that. Oh, it's on Aaron. Give it to the real paladin. This would be the map to train Tate, because there's this stationary sniper who's... Or not Tate, Ada, because there's the stationary sniper who's, like, really easy to train units on. What are Ada's growths? The route split is now based on who obtains fear custody. Yeah, kinda. Oh, right. It's fucking Odin Dark. Okay, yeah, no, that tracks. Those are some stats, though! Can you stop giving me good units? I want to use Odin, too! The guiding ring problem. Oh, hello, Johan. The guiding ring problem is gonna be insane. That portrait is good. That portrait is very good. I agree. Yo, and he can double with Nosferatu. Nosferatu. That isn't even his res bases. Yeah, but he doesn't get a hard mode. He doesn't get hard mode bonuses, does he? So what are these? He uses the Nosferatu. His sword hand hungers. We do get Calf. %60 speed, 40% strength, 20% deep. Oh god, that's awful. Lol. Oh damn. We don't have any chest keys. It could be a little bit sketch getting Calf back here. I don't even remember who Calf is. We've met her twice. That's Owain's portrait, not Odin's. It says not Owain, no sir. Well, it is bedtime for me. So... Oh, right, it's Soth. Soth, right. Well, it's bedtime for my, so, good night.